Good afternoon, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this International Women's Day Forum. My name is Yvonne Ndege. I'm an international journalist and correspondent and regional spokesperson for IOM, the UN Migration Agency. I am very honored to be with you here today for this International Women's Day event. It is going to be exciting and fantastic. I'm very pleased to introduce my co-host today, Omar Bouti.
Well, thank you, Yvonne. The pleasure is all mine. Welcome to each and every one of you. My name is Omar Bouti. I'm a presenter and filmmaker, and I am very privileged and honored to be here today, co-hosting, along with Yvonne, this important event, of course, in honor of International Women's Day, this important forum under the banner, Break the Bias. Now, every day should be a day for women, but I think as many of us here in attendance know and have experienced, we have a very long road to travel when it comes to achieving true gender equality. That's also why it's so crucial that we're all gathered here today to discuss and debate some of the biggest hurdles, challenges, and biases when it comes to achieving that path, that goal of gender equality. Wouldn't you say, Yvonne?
Absolutely, Omar. We're here because it's essential to discuss these challenges and to highlight our successes in breaking the barriers to gender equality. Today, we will hear from visionaries working at the forefront of the fight for gender equality in all kinds of industries, from government to non-profit businesses and international organizations.
And this forum itself is a collaboration, is a co-creation between Expo 2020 Dubai and, of course, Cartier, exemplified by the Women's Pavilion, which itself was inaugurated at the start of the Expo. But, as they say, a picture, or in this case, a video, is worth 1,000 words. So, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you kindly take a look at this short video showcasing the Women's Pavilion and the journey that it has gone through thus far.
Women's voices must be heard.
You educate people and you create a world that is not only amenable to others being educated, but is open to people succeeding on every single level.
It's the very theme of this entire pavilion. When a woman thrives, an entire society thrives. And we need everybody at the table, right?
Investing in women has a much higher rate of return because it doesn't end with them. It has this line of sustainability that ensures that life will be better for many more people to come.
How inspiring. To start today's forum, let's hear from two very special guests who have both been instrumental in the vision behind the Women's Pavilion and this journey we're about to embark on today. It gives me great pleasure and it is an honor to introduce Her Excellency Reem Al-Hashmi, Minister of State for International Cooperation of the UAE. Welcome to the stage, Your Excellency.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's the avowed and long-standing position of my country, the United Arab Emirates, that our shared mission for human progress is only made viable and achievable through the full and equal participation of women in every aspect of society.
মানুষকে চিনতে হবে, মানুষের ভালো মন্দ দেখতে হবে। আমি কোনটা করলে আমার দেশের জন্য ভালো হবে সেটা আমার প্রায়োরিটি।
Yet while this understanding can be traced back to the formative influence of the founding mothers and fathers of the nation, it has perhaps gained a broader audience than ever before in the course and the context of the last few months here at Expo 2020 Dubai. Our Women's Pavilion, in partnership with Cartier, has welcomed more than 250,000 people through its doors of all backgrounds and cultures. We have hosted over 170 events at our Women's Majlis as part of our Program for People and Planet, Outlier, and Visions and Journeys series, highlighting the valuable perspectives and contributions of women from the Muslim world and beyond, and in particular, the women of our region, of their rich and distinctive talent and their limitless potential. I am proud that Expo 2020 Dubai has been awarded the prestigious Gender Equality European and International Standard for gender equality in the context of a global mega event, ranging from internal policies to external communications, supporting and promoting equality across all of our operations, pavilions, and also our programming. Dear friends, we stand here today not as the proprietors of a static exhibition, but as the progenitors and beneficiaries of a firm societal contract. We have earned the license to speak, to make our call to urgent and essential action. We've raised our voice again and again, enabling and inspiring others to do the same on a global scale and on a global stage. We stand here today because we stand together, women and men, all of society, in all of its spaces, in the common understanding that the economic and cultural progress of any society, its stability and its security is wholly dependent upon the progress of its women and their active participation in the building of that society. We stand here today also because it is our duty and our honor to do so, to play our part in achieving a more equitable and a more just future for all. Thank you all for your time and attention, and I look forward for the rest of today's sessions.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Today's event is brought to you in a collaboration between the Women's Pavilion here at the Expo, which I hope you've all had the chance to visit, and Cartier. So it's my pleasure and honor to introduce Cyril, Vino, the President and CEO of Cartier International. Welcome to the stage.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and first of all, happy Women's Day. It's a day to celebrate, and there is already so much love in this room that is really, really heartwarming. So I will start first with an anecdote. It was about 50 years ago in Boston when, until that period, women were not allowed to run international marathon. Why? Because probably men at some moment thought that women didn't have the body to do it. You know, men are very good at inventing things that women cannot do until it's proven wrong. And so one lady registered with just her initial and not her first name, and so she was allowed to run. Until someone say, hey, you should not run. But she had a supporter around them, so it was a quarrel. She continued until the end. And from that moment with the question to say, why did we stop that? And then finally, women were authorized to run marathon, and they do. And they've been doing very well. So it was one example of, say, there are so many biases, stereotypes that we live with. This one might be kind of a small one, but there are more important ones. In 2019, in Japan, the Tokyo University Hospital recognized that for 10 years they had cheated at entrance examination, underscoring women. Why? Because they thought, well, when they get married, they will drop off, and so we're lacking of surgeons, so we should kind of have more men than women. So they cheated on the exam for 10 years, consistently, until they said it was just unfair. And this was in 2019 in Japan. And Japan is a very, very civilized country, and they all have the best kind of medical service, university, and so forth. So why cheating on that? Because, again, biases about gender exist and can be very, very hard to overcome. And when we see the result of the pandemic, the gender gap has just re-expanded. Before the pandemic, something like 99 years were necessary to close the gap at the current speed. And now it has come to 140 years. So we have lost one generation in 2 years because women are always the first victims of the big catastrophe and the economic and all the gender gap and biases. So we have to close this gap because women are suffering for it. And when women play a bigger role, the entire society thrives. When women thrive, society thrives. But women are often the first victims. So this question of breaking biases are fundamental to know how we can go and overcome, whether consciously or unconsciously. And sometimes just questions say, no, it's too difficult, this area is not fine. There were perceptions, for instance, that in our sector, on certain markets, some roles are more difficult than others for women. But we promoted female CEO for the region, first time in our company, first time in the sector, and she's doing super well. Again, saying Middle East is a difficult country, and Russia are difficult, and Korea are difficult, and they are now successfully run by women. And they can do everything. They can do everything we can do, and on top of that, they can deliver babies. And that's for sure we cannot do. And that's not a bias. That's just biology. For the rest, they can do everything. We just have to de-bias and to de-stereotype ourselves. So that's what this forum is about. Please enjoy.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful way to set the tone for today's forum. Of course, thank you once again to Your Excellency Rima Al-Hashmi and to Cyril Vigneron. Now, just before we move straight into our first session for the day, we'd like you to turn your attention to a video address that was recorded specifically for the occasion of the International Women's Day, recorded by Her Excellency Amina J. Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Let's take a look.
Your Excellency Dr. Anwar Gargash, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I especially want to thank the support of Her Excellency Rima Al-Hashmi, UAE Minister of State for International Cooperation and Director General and Managing Director for the Expo 2020, for her exemplary leadership, inspiring and making sure that the event was a success. Ladies and gentlemen, gender bias contributes to one of the most pervasive and universal of inequalities. It fuels attitudes and behaviors that are among the most resistant to change. Gender discrimination, blatant sexism, and stereotyping give women and girls less value and power than men and boys. They influence and shape young women's ambitions, limiting their sense of what is both possible and appropriate for them. They keep women and girls from pursuing impactful STEM careers and high-level leadership roles, burden them with a disproportionate share of unpaid care work, and fuel violence against women and children. And that is why it has always been uplifting for me to see women leaders such as Her Excellency Rima Al-Hashmi take a front and center role in the UAE, particularly at Expo 2020. On this International Women's Day, we celebrate her and all women in leadership here in the UAE and around the world. We know that crises only magnify existing inequalities. As our societies continue to endure the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, rising conflict, and the growing climate emergency, our work to counter gender bias is even more important. An immediate step that we can take to ensure more young women in leadership positions is to address the violence and discrimination faced by women who speak out in the public sphere. This has become even more crucial in the past few years as online harassment and violence is being used to silence these women. There is urgent need to implement measures to counter sexism and hate speech. We must take an all-of-society approach, working with men and boys and non-traditional allies and forging strong multilateral partnerships. Women's leadership is crucial, not only in government, but also in the private sector. For business to succeed, we need to see women fully represented throughout the private sector, as CEOs, as entrepreneurs, on boards, and across the levels of business. This work lies at the heart of the sustainable, equitable, and peaceful world envisioned in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. On this International Women's Day, at Expo 2020 in Dubai and everywhere, let us challenge gender bias when we see it, refuse to be bystanders to discrimination, and work together for a more equal and peaceful world for all people. Thank you.
Thank you once again to Her Excellency Amina Mohammed for lending her voice to today's forum, of course, reiterating the importance of women in leadership positions. Now, it is certainly a great privilege and great honor for me to be moderating the very first session of the day. I'm looking forward to learning so much more about this very point, this very topic. It's a very challenging topic, redefining the future for women. Fortunately, I have here with me on stage some of the finest people in the field, 4 global policymakers who all share the commitment to creating a more equal future. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a very warm welcome to our first panelists of the day, the Honorable Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina. Thank you. Dr. Natalia Khanum, Executive Director, Unfpa. His Excellency Dr. Anwar Gargash, former Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, UAE. And of course, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the WTO. Now, His Excellency Dr. Anwar and Dr. Ngozi will be joining us remotely. Please, have a seat. Thank you all so much for being with us today on this really important and momentous occasion for International Women's Day. Thank you, of course, Dr. Anwar and Dr. Ngozi for joining us remotely as well. I'd like to start off by mentioning just, I think, a very interesting statistic from a recent UNDP survey, which covered around 80% of the world's population across 75 countries. It found that 90% of men and women hold some sort of bias against women. I was surprised to find that that was such a universal condition, and certainly that was across both genders. But luckily, we have people today who are making the difference in policy. So, Your Excellency, if I may, I'd like to start with you.
Yeah.
In Bangladesh, women have held the office of head of state for longer than men, 27 out of the 50 years, which is an incredible achievement. Yep, thank you. Good. So what has such strong leadership, how has that impacted the role of women in society? How has that trickled down? And how can more women become involved in the political process?
Well, thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to join this panel at the Women's Pavilion at Dubai Expo 2020. Well, the question you asked me, I can tell you one thing, that in our country, actually our society was really very much conservative. But after liberation, our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, when he took over power, he gave us a constitution. In this constitution, he mentioned that the men and women will get equal right. And not only that, to develop the women leadership, in our parliament, there are reserved seats for women. And give more importance to education. So education, economic freedom, Those are very important. But in our country, as you know, that through a long struggle, we achieve our democracy. Only 3.5 years, my father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, father of nation Bangladesh, he got only 3.5 years to run the country. After that, we had time and again military dictatorship. And during that time, actually, our women didn't get any chance. Now, after 21 years, when I formed government, I found that women had no place in anywhere, totally neglected. So I took some initiative. Like, first thing, not only education, because education up to graduate level, it was free. But what I did, I tried to create job opportunity for them. So that way, I started helping people. As you know that my father, whole life, he struggled. So when I return home, definitely, I receive people's support. Besides that, since my school life, I was very much involved in politics. Even during college, I was elected vice president of the college union. During university, I was very much involved. So I knew the country, knew the problem, and I learned from my father. My father is the mentor of me. So not only that, I also learned to love my people and country, and also how to work for poor people. So the military ruler ruled this country almost directly, overtly or covertly, about 21 years. So as you know that in this world, wherever military rulers rule, they are very conservative and they give more space for the, especially for the women. But I open up everything for women. In higher education, then higher post like judiciary, and also in the government job, I mean, up to the higher level, then in the military, army, air force, our border guard, everywhere. Because my father started giving job opportunity women to the police and other states, so I follow the suit. So that way, I can tell you that I achieve support from people. So that is my main strength, that people's support, people's faith, and people realize that if I am there, definitely they will be beneficiary. But it was not that easy, you know. In the country, my entire family was assassinated. My father, mother, my 3 brothers, 2 sister-in-laws. But my younger sister and myself were abroad. When I returned home, all the killers, all the war criminals, everybody, they were in power. So my journey was not very smooth. Time and again, I face, sometimes they try to kill me through grenade, and then anti-propaganda, all these things. But I didn't care for that. I thought that I have to work for people. And as a woman, definitely the problem is there. But our colleagues, I must appreciate them, that they cooperate with me. So that is my strength. And in Bangladesh, yes, it's not only me, even the opposition, also women. And at this present, this is very interesting, that in the parliament, speaker, leader of the house, leader of the opposition, and deputy leader, all are women. So how do we explain that? Our male are very weak? No, not that. But they are very much cooperative. I must appreciate that. And you see, you should realize one thing. Women is not only women. Women are mothers. So with a motherly affection, if you run a country, definitely people will support you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Again, absolutely inspiring to see how many women are in leadership positions in Bangladesh, something I hope that we'll see more across the world, and sort of picking up from that point. Your Excellency, Dr. Anwar, I wanted to speak to you about the reforms that the UAE has put in place when it comes to offering more economic empowerment to women, offering better benefits from a social perspective. Can you tell me a little bit about those initiatives, the impact, and perhaps other ways that they can be scaled up to be applied in other nations and other locations?
Thank you, Amar. Thank you very much. And I would like to take this opportunity actually to give an Emirati context to our discussion today. Things don't happen because of good intentions. Things happen because you need leadership, you need an activist agenda. You can't just say that women empowerment is going to work because it's the right thing to do. You can't be passive. And I think in the UAE, I would consider the enablement of women in a country that has so many great achievements. I would consider and rank that this is perhaps our one single greatest achievement from my perspective. I think here you have taken a very conservative Islamic society with all the stereotypes that are surrounding such a society, and you've turned it around. And I think this has been done mainly because of leadership. Sheikh Zayed, the founder of the UAE, and I have to also, give tribute really to Sheikh Fatma bint Mubarak. They have been instrumental in this program of shifting what is essentially a conservative society and embarking on this journey of women enablement. I saw among the crowd Sheikh Lubna Al-Qasimi, who is our first minister, female minister. And it is steps like these that make a difference. You need role models, you need an activist agenda. And I think in the UAE, we have done that throughout the years. And now we're moving to what I would call a third gear, a fourth gear of legislating, because we've done all that through education, through participation of women in different walks of life. And I think one of the important things that I want to also emphasize, it is essential to get women in what I would call strategic national projects. And Expo, and we've seen my colleague Reem Al-Hashmi speak today, and she's done a wonderful job with Expo. It is actually getting women involved in these strategic projects, such as our Mars mission, Expo, etc., and bring women and be totally involved in this. In the foreign ministry, and I've been involved in UAE diplomacy for 14 years, we have today a diplomatic corps that's 40% women. When we started with Sheikh Abdullah in the foreign ministry, women would take the job, but they will be hesitant to go abroad. And this has changed. But how do these things change? Again, I urge that we do have an activist agenda. The UAE has not really become the first on the gender equality index in the region by being passive, by relying on what I would call good intentions, by allowing things to balance themselves naturally. The UAE has been successful in breaking a lot of glass ceilings through this sort of activist agenda from day one. And now I think we are in the process where we want to see more legislation in order to break new frontiers. Today, for example, women comprise 60% of our federal government. But although they are represented in the private sector, and they are not as represented in the same way. So we need to legislate that. At the same time, for example, I was involved in the UAE's elections to our Federal National Council, which is our parliament. And of course, prior to these elections, this was completely male-appointed Federal National Council. That was broken through allowing women to run, through allowing women to vote. And here again, we did not arrive at the sort of representation that is, in my opinion, fair and balanced. And we resorted to a quota system here. So 50% today of our parliament is women. So you do need to use all your tools through an activist agenda. It's a matter of leadership. And I think we are now in a place where we need to use our laws in order to legislate areas that need to be legislated in order for women to be better represented on board. So, for example, women today in the UAE are represented on corporate boards at 10%. That, I think, for what we would like to see for the UAE is not good enough. And I think throughout all these years, I was very proud to see the first Emirati ambassador take her post. I was very proud to see Emirati ministers, female ministers, do very well. And I was very proud to see a lot of changes. And the beauty of all this is that these changes have also been taken very well by society. The UAE story of enabling women has not been a conflictual story. The UAE story of enabling women has been actually a story of accepting these changes and realizing that they are better for society, and that this is the way to go. And I would credit this, as I said, mainly to leadership, and mainly the leadership applying a very dynamic, non-passive agenda.
Thank you, Your Excellency. So I want to pick up on that point of the non-passive, the activist agenda, that there really is a need for people in policy-making positions to take a very active, proactive role. And turn over to you, Dr. Khanam. Now, as we've seen from the current global health crisis, gender inequality still remains a major issue in terms of addressing health issues, including sexual reproductive health. I'd love to hear from you and your experience and what you've seen, what more can be done, what types of policies can be put in place to address this inequality.
Well, thanks so much, Omar. I'm delighted to be here. This Expo is about dialogue. It's about communities having debate. And in wishing everyone a happy International Women's Day, I'll say that for me, if I could bottle all the passion and the enthusiasm and the activism of a UNFPA, I would want everyone to understand the wisdom in investing in an adolescent girl. And many of you have been champions of this idea. And why is that? Women are perfectly capable of leading. Women are equipped to run their business, to be whatever it is that they aspire to be. The barriers that people construct can also be disassembled. It's very important to understand that your worldview begins in your family. If you're lucky enough to have a family, because with the conflict situation that is plaguing the world today, there are many children on the move, and it's always going to be a woman, a girl, a pregnant woman who is going to be at the bottom of the equation. And this needs to change, this must change. And I say that following Antonio Guterres, who's pledged gender equality within the UN, and you heard our Deputy Secretary General, very proud to have served with her, and Ngozi Phumzile is here today. The point of gender parity is to show that we're stronger and we're better when we have everyone's ideas. And the suppression of ideas begins very young. So for that dad, for that brother, for that mother to be encouraged to privilege the adolescent girl in her worldview is really, really very, very crucial. When that happens, economic empowerment and so much else follows. But if she is squelched, if she's not allowed to live her life in larger freedom, as the United Nations Charter assures us, then what you have is a disempowered girl who it's very easy to set aside. How is she going to rise to be minister one day? So the objective of UNFPA's 3 zeros, which have to do with bodily autonomy, if you have control of your own self, knowing you can plan your family, that you can be married at the appropriate age, and also that violence will come to an end. It is always a sorrow for me to repeat the well-established statistic that 1 in 3 women and girls are going to be affected by gender-based violence, by harassment online. This is what UNFPA's Body Right campaign, and this is something that's gone viral with young people because it asks all young people, boys and girls, women and men, to address the fact that the phone, the internet, should be a space of equality for everyone, especially for women and girls, and demands that the same attention that's paid to copyright be paid to body right, so that embarrassing things do not live in perpetuity online. And the last point I want to make, being here in Dubai, is the importance of partnership. All of the things that we've heard about success really mean that we've got to work together, hand in hand. And I think we have some really brilliant ideas about innovating to do that in this country. Very impressed to have been at the Museum of the Future, and thinking that the future really is in our hands, and that we've, again, have to help young people overcome the barrier that dismisses the contribution of women and girls. We have a lot to do with peace, and this is a moment in history when that's really needed, Omar. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Khanum. And now, Dr. Ngozi, thank you. Obviously, you've been here listening to all of your fellow panelists, their perspectives, everything they've said. We'd love to hear from you now specifically on the issue of trade, the economic potential that should be afforded to women to allow them to reach their full advancement, the participation in the global economy. I'd love to hear from your experience, what are the major obstacles stopping women from capitalizing on these economic opportunities? What trade-related policy reforms are needed to ensure women aren't left behind? Please share with us.
Well, thank you very much. First, let me start by saying Happy International Women's Day to everyone from here in Geneva. And it's wonderful to be on the panel with my sister, Natalia Kana, with Her Excellency Sheikh Hasina. Thank you for sharing with us, and to congratulate the UAE government and Her Excellency Rima Al Hashmi for the wonderful Expo and what they've done to put forward the Women's Pavilion. So congrats to you on doing this today. Let me perhaps say 2 or 3 things about, from the point of view of the economics of allowing women equal opportunity, and then talk a little bit about bring trade into that equation. I've heard the arguments that have been made on leadership, on control of our own destinies and our bodies, all the reasons why women should be given the opportunity to lead and to participate. But there are 2 or 3 things that are so astonishing to me on the economic side. So many studies have been done. And I'll just recall one for you, a McKinsey study in 2015 that showed that if women are given equal opportunity as men, we would add $28 trillion to the global economy by 2025. Can you just think about that number? The fact that the world is missing out by not giving women equal opportunity to participate in the economy as men. We're missing out an additional $28 trillion from global GDP. And I ask myself, so why would we want to do that? Because if we allowed women the opportunity, we would all be better off. Means that the world would be wealthier, richer, would have more to go around. So that's one thing we should keep in our minds, that it's not just a question really of the moral thing to do or, the good thing to do. It is the sensible and smart thing to do. Allowing women equal opportunity is smart economics if we want to improve our living standards and those of our children and generations to come. So that's the first point. Still on the issue of opportunity, education, I think that has been alluded to. Again, so many studies have been done to show that educating women adds not only to the wealth of the woman and her family, but that of the nation. You know, studies are, for example, there's a World Bank study showing that the return on 1 extra year of secondary education for a woman means a 25% increase in salary for the woman in later life. If you give a woman 1 extra year of education, it means that her children are better educated, they are healthier, you know, and all this contributes to the well-being of the nation. So the fact that in this pandemic, UNESCO is saying that about 11 million children, girls, including girls, will be out of school, is something that should give us pause, because it means that we are going to be missing out, not just in terms of those girls themselves, but in terms of you know, future benefits for their families and for society. The third point I want to make is now in the pandemic, we've also seen that digital is the wave of the future. We've seen e-commerce thrive. And this is an amazing opportunity that has opened up for women. Many women-owned businesses survived during the pandemic because they were digital, they were on the internet. And we found in our work here at the WTO that most of the women-owned businesses that are on the internet tend to export. And they tend to earn twice as much as businesses, traditional businesses, for women who are not doing business digitally. So this is a huge opportunity. How do we exploit this digital trade in the future to make sure that women benefit as much as possible? They can export, they can make twice the income, because the data is showing us that this is one way we can increase opportunities for women through trade. So on the economic side, we've got more than enough evidence to show that giving women equal opportunity, it's not about being kind or nice or moral. It's really about allowing society to benefit economically in a way it wouldn't have when women and girls are left out. So the hard facts are there. So I really want to make that point, that in addition to all the things that have been said, economically, this is important. Now, you know, of course, there are barriers in the way. On the trade side, we've been looking at these barriers. And it starts all the way from lack of access to finance, which many women-owned businesses encounter, including trade finance. Sometimes when you enter that export market, you don't have the resources to really make it work. Other barriers are, you know, quality, lack of access to certain markets because you don't meet the quality standards. So helping women to break into and take care of those quality standards is something that can help double or triple their income. I'll just give an example. You know, our sister organization here, the International Trade Center, which is an offshoot of the WTO and the WTO and UNCTAD, has been helping women-owned businesses just to improve the quality of their product. And I saw in my own country, Nigeria, where they were working with women in the shea butter business who were not able to access markets in the US or in Europe because their product did not meet the quality standards. By working with them and training them and helping them to meet those standards, these women doubled their income. They were able to send their children to school, even to university, some of them told me. And they were able to open other income-generating businesses and employ more people and more women. So in trade, just by working on improving quality, on giving the women more information on how to access markets, both externally and internally, you're able to do so much more to improve the living standards of the women, to contribute to the nation, to improve the livelihoods of the family and of the children going forward. So these are the illustrations of a few areas where, and the fundamental principle that giving women equal opportunity is not about being kind or being charitable. It's about allowing economic opportunity to benefit all of us. And we need men. Dr. Gagash talked about leadership. We need men, to be able to recognize this. They are occupying most of the positions, and unless they step aside and allow women that opportunity, or they support and encourage them, this will not happen. I often tell women, when you're looking for mentors, it's not just about looking for women mentors, but also we need to bring the men in, and to start at an early age to educate our boys about all these facts that are put on the table, so that as they grow up also, they will be able to give women the opportunities, give girls the opportunities they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ngozi. Okay. So now thank you so much, Dr. Ngozi. We've now had the opportunity to hear a little bit from each of you. What I'd like to do is come back and sort of look at what you believe is the single most important either policy reform or initiative that needs to be enacted in your specific space that policymakers here in the audience today, people watching us internationally, can take on board and really apply, hopefully moving on from today, to help us close that gap and really move closer to achieving true gender equality. Your Excellency, if I could start with you. In your long experience, the longest serving woman head of state, what do you believe is still the most important policy you have yet to enact that can help with having more female representation, more rights for women in your country?
Well, as I've already mentioned, look, in our country, we adopted the women development policy just to give more space to the women for work. And not only that, also, yes, just to overcome all the biases and prejudice, I must say that we must give more education, equal education, for healthcare, for reproductive program, or any other program. The men and women both should be considered. Only you can just put pressure to women, but I think in a society, if you want to develop a society, then definitely women are the half of the society. So you should have given them all the opportunities so that they can contribute, they can work, they can get more opportunity. That is very, very important, what I believe. And our country, we have taken all the initiative, and any policy, any work, anything, we always give opportunity to both. If we do not work together, how we can develop a country? For health service, like I have established community clinic for everywhere so that our people can get health care, then food security, then others security, everything. But we never discriminate that only women or men. I consider the both. But definitely, because women are left behind, we must give them more opportunity to work.
Thank you so much. I think that's obviously on point with many things we've heard from each of you, that this is a mutually beneficial calculus. Is something where it benefits all of us, men and women, our entire global society, when we have more equality. So thank you so much for your thoughts. Your Excellency, Dr. Anwar Gargash, do you have a single policy, a single piece of advice you'd like to share?
Well, I think we have to be on guard. Looking around us in the Arab world, we've seen a regression of women's rights in what were traditionally leading metropolises in the Arab world. So we should understand that this is not a linear progress. We have to safeguard this progress and continue. So I think with regards to policies are one thing, and they need to be implemented. And I think here we're talking about implementation. implementation is extremely important. To create the work, to support working women, for example, create the environment that supports working women. To, as I said, in the UAE's case, ensure that women are more in the private sector and playing a larger role in the private sector vis-a-vis what big achievements they have done in government. It's about implementation, and it's also realizing that not only because you make progress, that this progress is taken for granted. We've seen cases, as I mentioned, of regression in enabling women in the region around us. And these are places that have had a head start over the UAE in education and in what I would call social liberalization, etc. So we have to be on guard. It's about policy, it's about implementation, and it's about understanding that enabling women is also something that we need to protect and we need to support and keep on that drive. Passivity will not serve us well.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Dr. Khan, I would like to hear from you as well quickly before we wrap up.
Yes, well, very succinctly, I think, part of Unfpa's success is that we listen to women, and we listen to women on the ground. And what they've told me kind of echoes and reverberates with what others have said. When something is a priority, put it in the budget. We want to see the line item for women's health so that a mother can survive. We want that parliamentarian to be aware that, yeah, we want to see a line item for the education of that adolescent girl who should be allowed to return to school, whatever her condition or situation. And yes, I think for families also have to prioritize the girl in the budget, in the nutrition, and in so much else. At the end of the day, it does come down to partnership, to pay. Domestic as well as international finance has to be mobilized so that gender equality becomes a reality, and so that peace becomes a reality. We have to end gender-based violence. That's going to begin in the home, in the community, but that also has to be prioritized by governments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khan. Appreciate it. And Dr. Ngozi, just very quickly, we're basically out of time, but I need to include you in the conversation as well. Of course, you talked about the economic benefits. So how can countries enact those changes and get women more involved in the global economy and global trade?
Well, in global trade, what we are trying to do at the WTO is to try to get to rules that will help integrate women and women-owned businesses better into national, regional, and global value chains. And that's what we're really trying to do. How do we bring women who are often excluded more into trade? Writing rules, which is one of the things that the WTO does, is one of the things we are looking at. And I'm happy to say that a recently concluded agreement on regulation of domestic services by 67 of our members for the first time puts, there's an article that really spells out that women must be given the same opportunity as men in the services business. And this is the first time we're getting that into those agreements. So I think this is the way to go, that we reflect it in the rules that we make so that women will have equal opportunity. We have a group of 127 members here that are working really hard to try and advance the issue of women in trade at the organization, and I'm very proud of what they're doing. But let me just end by saying one thing. Policies are good and laws are good, but we've in many countries enacted a lot of policies and a lot of laws, but they are not implemented. So I think we also need to look at what do we do for attitudinal change, not just policy change, but until we educate people that women are not a threat and women in leadership is something that is good for society. Until we begin to make that attitudinal change, we might make policies, we might make laws, but they may not be implemented in the way we want. So I want us to talk about policy changes along with serious attitudinal change and work on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's hear it for our fantastic panelists. What a great first session for the day. Thank you all so much for coming down, taking your time, and joining us, of course, on International Women's Day. Just before we wrap the panel, we'd like to leave you with a short video from Her Excellency Ann Linde, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden. She unfortunately could not be with us today, but she has a unique perspective on how governments should use gender lenses to pursue foreign policy, lessons to share from the Swedish government's official feminist foreign policy, which was launched back in 2014. Let's all take a look. Thank you all so much.
Still today, around the world, the daily life of women and girls are marked with bias, discrimination, and systematic subordination. And this has only been made worse by the pandemic. Now that we are rebuilding, we have a chance to make it right by integrating gender analysis in our recovery packages, as well as in our public policies and budgeting. In pursuing a feminist foreign policy, Sweden puts gender equality and human rights at the top of our agenda and at the very core of our foreign policy. Because all experiences speaks to that the more equal a country is, the more prosperous it is. And we know that in societies where women participate economically and politically, there is more peace and less violence. We need to put women and girls at the center of our humanitarian efforts in conflict, be it those suffering from the Russian aggression against Ukraine, the women and girls I have met in the conflict in Yemen or elsewhere. On International Women's Day 2022, we pledge our support towards understanding different and new perspectives for gender roles and responsibilities. We commit to building on the momentum for gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls to break stereotypes that hinder progress. Let us break the bias and make this world a better, fairer, safer place where women will be able to live a life of dignity and respect.
What inspiring words from Her Excellency Ann Linde. Of course, we thank her for lending her voice, sharing those thoughts with us today on International Women's Day. Now, speaking of inspiration and indeed empowering role models, it is now my honor to welcome a symbol of resilience worldwide. Her personal story, her fighting spirit has led her to become a global advocate for survivors of genocide and sexual violence, a human rights activist. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me now in welcoming Nobel Prize laureate and UN ODC Goodwill Ambassador, Nadia Murad, who is joining us online.
Honored speakers and dear friends, esteemed CEO and President of Cartier International. In conflicts, new and old, women are violated as a tool of warfare. Sexual violence is condemned in diplomacy, but accepted readily. But accepted all too readily on the battlefield. Next to nothing is done to punish conflict-related sexual violence, or more importantly, prevent it from happening at all. As International Women's Day calls us, we really do have to break the bias. And not just the bias that women are objects to be used and abused as a tactic of war. We also have to break the bias that some women who look like, pray like, or live near us are more deserving for our advocacy for gender equity. All women deserve to be free from the chains of sexual violence. Freedom starts with equity. Sustainable equity requires organizing from the bottom up and commitment from the top down. At the community level, we need to make space for women's participation and leadership in designing practices to promote economic, social, and political equality. At the top, policy must reflect on the ground needs in order to create systems where women can thrive. When we work from every level, we can land together in a unified movement to create a more just world. Time after time, women and girls all over the world are subjected to sexual and gender-based violence in conflict and post-conflict zones. Women in my community survived sexual enslavement at the hands of ISIS, only to be trapped in displacement camps without livelihoods, homes, or services to recover from what they have endured. Today, rape as a tool of war is a prevalent practice, and not enough is being done to safeguard women, children, and men, or to support survivors to heal and rebuild their lives. Globally, every time we see a new conflict, there is an outpouring of prayers and statements of support. But for so many women around the world whom I have talked to, a week in the news cycle does not address the overlapping and systemic challenges they face. We know that in displacement, as in conflict, women are further marginalized and vulnerable to sexual and domestic violence. That is why we must do everything in our power to prevent such crises by changing gender norms and promoting gender equity at every level of our societies. We have seen what the world can do when leaders join forces in the name of peace and human rights. I ask that we expand and sustain that energy and act for all women affected by conflict and displacement. The change starts with empowering women and girls. Time and again, leaders ask me how to encourage more women and girls to be change makers like me. But I think they are asking the wrong question. There are already millions of women with strong voices, bold visions, and brilliant ideas. They don't need to be like me. It's all of you who need to listen to them as you have to me. Give them your attention, your respect, and your investment. Thank you so much.
Wonderful and insightful words from Nadia Murad. Thank you, Nadia. We do need a global effort from leaders at all levels to challenge and deconstruct gender stereotypes. There is truly no time to wait when it comes to breaking the bias to create a safer and more equal world for all. Today, we have been humbled to see so many countries, companies, individuals, organizations come together collectively to break the bias on this International Women's Day. Let us now turn to this important video pledge, which has been recorded by Commissioner Generals of the country pavilions here at Expo for this special occasion.
On International Women's Day
2022, we express our support
towards understanding positive gender roles
and balance between men and women.
We commit to building on the momentum
for gender equality and women's empowerment
to break harmful stereotypes that hinder her progress.
Let us break the bias
and make this world a better, fairer, safer place where women will be able to
thrive and live a life of dignity and respect.
And we'll be seeing similar videos throughout this afternoon's forum. Please also now join me in importantly recognizing all the signatories of the Break the Bias Pledge. Thank you very much to all of you. Hopefully, your commitment will serve as an inspiration for not just leaders, but for all of us to bring about change and foster gender equality. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after hearing so many inspiring insights and stories, already it's time for a short break. We have an assortment of refreshments for you, just to the left. I see some of you are over there already. And we'll be back here in 15 minutes. Be sure to be on time so you don't miss out. And in the meantime, one of our pledge videos will play on the screen. Thank you.
On International Women's Day
2022, we express our support
towards understanding positive gender roles
and balance between men and women.
We commit to building on the momentum
for gender equality and women's empowerment
to break harmful stereotypes
that hinder her progress. Let us break the bias
and make this world a better,
safer place where women will be able to thrive
and live a life of dignity and respect.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will now begin.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a good break. You're feeling refreshed and ready to dive into their second session of the day. Now, this next panel, our esteemed speakers will be discussing a major issue that is pervasive around the globe, breaking barriers in the workplace. And despite some progress in recent years, I think this is still a problem that persists, isn't it, Yvonne?
Yes, indeed. We've all heard so much about the glass ceiling and the many, many biases that we women face in the workplace. All of these challenges are unfortunately still a reality for a majority of working women everywhere. Thankfully, there are also many amazing people, like our speakers today, who are working tirelessly at building solutions to tackle these challenges. Please join me in welcoming Hadley Gamble to host a panel session on the important subject of breaking barriers in the workplace.
Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, welcome to International Women's Day here at the Dubai Expo. All very excited to have been invited to this incredible event hosted by Cartier. And I have to say, it's already been a great morning so far, and I'm really excited to hear what these ladies who have joined me on the stage have to say, because we're going to be talking about breaking bias in the workplace. It's something that affects women of all ages, and frankly, in every workplace. It's something that in my reporting over the last 10 years, I have seen evolving, but still a heck of a lot more needs to be done, in my view. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce our panelists. Christiane Svetaniva. She's the founder and CEO of Bleetap. Supriya Jha. She's the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer at SAP. Eleanor Cartwright is the Vice President of People and Capability for the Middle East and Africa at MasterCard. And Laura Lane is the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer at UPS. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us, and welcome. I want to make sure that we get down to the nitty-gritty, so feel free to jump in at any point that you feel you want to make a comment. It's astonishing to me in my years of reporting that I'm still talking about the fact that only 8% of Fortune 500 CEOs are women. When I sit on stage, as I'm doing right now, I'm usually on a stage overwhelmed by men, especially when I'm at an oil and gas conference I'm at. But it's a situation that, while it is evolving, we still have so much further to go. And the only way that that will happen is when women like you take charge and make it a priority to bring more women into the workplace. I know that that's been the case in my work environment, women leaning on women, mentoring, but also I'm seeing that across the board with all of my friends in different areas and sectors. But I want to kick off by asking Christina to kick us off, actually, and talk about women in the tech sector. Because although that is evolving and we're seeing more women, we're going to be speaking later today with Cheryl Soundberg, there's still a major issue. Thank you. There's still a major issue. My concern would be, how do you break the bias early on?
It's a challenge. And let me tell you that it was very hard for me as Bulgarian, who happened to be blonde, who happened to be engineer, and happened to have this great idea to give opportunities for people who are blind. Because I developed a tablet for people with sight loss, and nobody believed that this could be possible in a small country out there in Eastern Europe. And I had to change the country, I had to leave my family, I had to do so many sacrifices, and all of this changed me a lot. And based on this, I managed to finally make a change, and make a change for millions of people out there. So it was extremely hard for me as a woman in tech to prove that we can do it.
Yeah. It's interesting. You said as a blonde, as a woman, as a beautiful woman, let's just put that out there. It's a huge thing. I mean, a few months ago, I was interviewing Vladimir Putin on stage in Russia. And the first question I asked him was, are you using energy as a weapon? And as we all have seen the events of the last couple of months, that is the case. And he said, no, I'm not. And I said, but how do you explain XYZ? And his response to me was, oh, pretty beautiful woman, can't understand my answer. And I thought, whoa, even the leader of a country can't get beyond this and uses that to discredit a woman.
Absolutely. How many times I cannot count on my hands. I was considered to be the secretary of my co-founder. So we were in the room full of men, and at the end of the day, they didn't ask the questions I'm supposed to answer because I'm the inventor. They asked him, and I said, well, I'm here as well, right? You can ask me. So this happened many times, and it still happens, right? That's why we're here today. That's why when we talk that scale-ups, startups, innovators, they're starting from somewhere, but they're contributing to the corporates. Because this is how we can as well change their culture. This is how we can meet them, make friendships, make relationships. They understand where I'm standing, and they can help me make impact in their companies.
Cypriot, in your work environment, how has it evolved for you over the years? Do you still feel like we have a huge gender bias issue in the workplace that you're facing on a daily basis, or do you feel like you've managed within your role to evolve through that?
Yeah, I think from my personal experience, having grown up in India, which is, as many of you probably know, still struggling with its own gender equality and advancement issues. I came into a world 18 years ago into the US with the hope that there would be a lot of equality and freedom and all the egalitarianism that I was hoping for, and I've found that there was a different kind of minimization that was going on. In the early years of my career in financial services, I experienced a lot of minimization of my own identity to the degree that I was told, you need to look a little less Indian and sound a little less Indian. And I struggled with that for many years, trying to figure out, how I could, kind of become invisible, erase parts of myself to fit and blend into the culture. And I would say over the last many years, I've seen progress on that count where we talk about the value of uncovering, the value of uncovering from a psychological safety standpoint, from an identity standpoint. And women and men the men who are allies in the workplace, and the various genders that we're talking about, who are all allies to women in the workplace, they've all stood for the whole value of uncovering and being your true self. And there has definitely been a momentum, to the degree that today you have Adina Friedman, who's the CEO of NASDAQ, a Fortune 500 company. You've got several women of that kind in leadership positions. So I feel I'm optimistic about the fact that women are now at that level where they're able to break certain barriers. But having said that, there's still a long way ahead of us. We, in many ways, sometimes hold ourselves back as well. We have the sticky floor issue, where we struggle with imposter syndrome, where we, self-talk into negative behaviors ourselves. And I think we need to pause on that and allow ourselves to soar and rise as the magnificent beings we are. But from a systemic standpoint, I think I see some very good evidences of organizations moving towards that positive space where women have a seat at the table. I personally, in my new role as Chief Diversity Officer at SAP, I'm noticing that there is great commitment at the top of the house to ensure that more women go into leadership positions, more women go into management roles. And there are concerted efforts to build in systemic inclusion into our environment so that women have that fair chance of being seen, being visible.
I want to follow up on that because I suppose it was prior to the pandemic, but I was hosting another panel on an International Women's Day, and I heard from the CEO of LinkedIn that when they process their data, they see overwhelmingly that women who are qualified for a position are much less likely to go for that position or to apply for that position than a man is. A man with similar qualifications, they'll just jump right for the job offer, and women will hold themselves back and think, can I do this? Is it smart for me to apply for this? All of these questions we have, and somehow men don't have those same things holding them back. How do you see that evolving?
Yeah, I think that problem still exists. Women do hold themselves back, and there is a lot of that, that self-talk that holds us back. We think that unless we are eligible for all the criteria that the job description is listing, we will not apply for it. And it is upon us and our mentors and our sponsors should be telling us to open our minds to a lot of possibilities, right? Because at the end of the day, we have whatever it takes to succeed. We usually, in many instances, hold ourselves back. But there are technologies these days which kind of remove the bias from job descriptions as well. You might have been using these technologies in your organizations, like Textio and so on. SuccessFactors, which is an SAP product, also has built in those kind of de-biasing systems that take out the element of that perfection in the job description, so that more women, more people of color apply for open positions. But yeah, it does hold people back, and I would highly encourage everyone to remove that kind of mindset.
Laura, pick up on that for us in the sense that obviously with the big corporations, and I work for one, NBC Universal, we spend a lot of time doing a lot of in-house modules that talk about, gender bias. It talks about racial bias and all of these kinds of things to make sure that the work environment is a safe and friendly one, user-friendly, I guess. But in spite of doing all of those modules, bias still exists. It's still an issue. Is corporate life really changing? Is it evolving the way that it should?
I have seen dramatic change, and I was just going to pick up on a couple of the comments that you all were making. I think about when I started out my career, I was one of the women that was brought into the Foreign Service when women were told, if you get married or you're pregnant, you got to leave the Foreign Service. And I was like, well, I can do a great job on the front lines of diplomacy. Then I became one of the first women in the trade negotiating context, not the note taker, taking the notes during the negotiations, the one I'm sitting across the table advocating for our government's interests. Fast forward to Time Warner, where a woman was measured by 36, 24, 36, rather than her IQ. And then going into financial services, where again, I'd walk into boardrooms and, you know, the men in the room would say, I'll have coffee with 2 sugars and a cream. And I thought, great, let me take that order for you. And then when I come back, I'll be ready to present. You can start taking the notes. Now, fast forward, I am at UPS. It's run by one of the most amazing powerhouse women, who, by the way, has been in the role 18 months. And guess what she's done? She's taken our stock price and doubled it in that time period. She is, yeah. And by the way, that's UPS. That is an industry sector that is really run by a lot of men. There's a lot of amazing he for she men in our organization, by the way, and that's why we're transforming. We have a woman at the top who's setting the tone. We have he for she men across the organization who recognize that UPS is going to be able to better serve its customers when we have men and women at every level in our leadership ranks, including driving those package cars, delivering what matters to our customers. That's what I'm seeing changing. So we've come a long way. I can see it in terms of my own career path, where we've come from just getting a seat at the table to now holding, 50% of the boardroom, which is the case for UPS. Women are almost 50% of our board of directors. I'm one of now 4 on our leadership team. And by the way, the message that we're delivering is it's not us versus them. So to all the amazing men in the audience, thank you for being he for she. Because what do? We move the world forward by delivering what matters, by doing it together. When we balance our world, we can accomplish more.
How would you rate the success in corporate America of women who decide to take time away from career, focus on family, and come back? That's become a much more common narrative than it was even 5 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna, and all of you can probably jump in too. I'm a mother of 3 amazing daughters, but you know how I did it is I didn't have to choose. I have an awesome husband who helps me raise my amazing daughters with me. I had the opportunities to balance that workload. And I think through this pandemic, we've learned a lot about how you can really use that hybrid kind of work environment to really balance the work-life balance that you need to be a great mom, or to, by the way, be a great dad. I think, honestly, from my perspective, though, it's hard when you come out of the workplace because you lose that network of relationships. You lose some of the skills. And so I think in many respects, we have to find ways to ensure women that want to have robust careers can find ways to still stay engaged by creating those kind of work environments that allow for that flexibility or allow them to retain their skills and maintain them while they are taking some of the time off to raise families.
Yeah, and if I can just add on what Laura said there, we've made strides in MasterCard as well. We've just introduced unified parental leave. And that's to get rid of this unconscious bias about women taking time out from the workplace. So the male and females can both avail the same amount of leave. And so that sort of tries to rid some of the unconscious bias around people leaving. I'm a real advocate for not saying working mums. We're all working parents, males and females in the organization, in the audience. And so I feel this is a really good step forward to try and get out some of that unconscious bias, but make it a bit more gender equal, because it's not just about promoting women in an organization, it's leveling the playing field as well.
Yes, such a great.
A question for all of the panelists, actually. Pandemic. How has this hurt women? We know we've seen the numbers. And how are we coming back stronger? Because that's got to be how we face it.
I was going to say, I mean, UPS does the economic models, and we have seen that women disproportionately have been hurt by the pandemic, in part because they've had to juggle so much with schools closing, with taking care of elderly parents. That's not to say that the men weren't there too, but it disproportionately fell on the women. So those that had businesses that they were trying to keep going also were juggling the other balls of, making sure the second grader was getting the basic math and the 8th grader was, studying the science and doing everything else in between. And by the way, I think moms are Wonder Women and we can do that. It's harder. And so we saw that a lot of women-owned businesses started to decline. But where they were given the tools and resources, and this is a place where UPS invested, where we help them use the digital, tools that are out there to keep their businesses going, really leveraging the power of e-commerce, which really has sprung up through the pandemic. We've found that those businesses have really started to thrive, and that's where I think we can come roaring back, really investing in those digital skills and the access to the financial tools so that women-owned businesses can continue to grow in a post-pandemic setting.
Laura, I completely agree with you that this was exactly the opportunity for tech businesses, for tools and technologies to provide them to more users because they need it exactly at this time. And it was a huge opportunity for BlightUp because we managed to supply many users that at that time they were considering to use it, but they were not sure. And at that stage, everybody was on Zoom, right? Everybody was virtual. How we can make all of those tools accessible. So there was a tool out there, and we managed to use the opportunity. So I think there was definitely a big challenge for every business, and there were a lot of gaps that we have to fulfill in the upcoming years, but there are a lot of opportunities for the tech sector, right? There are a lot of opportunities for startups. There are a lot of opportunities for luxury businesses because they completely changed their supply chain. They started producing disinfect tools and everything that we can do and use in our daily life. We completely changed the supply chain of BlightUp. We changed the whole logistics. So I think there was a huge opportunity for many of the businesses I met as part of the Cartier Women's Initiative. And I saw that they survive and they thrive and they're building their business successfully, although we're still in pandemic.
Yeah. If I could build on that point that Laura started, women's pains during the pandemic were voiced many a times by the employee resource groups, BWN, which is the Business Women's Network in our case, and kudos to them for getting me here today. Those kind of organizations, the grassroots organizations, spoke to the leaders during the pandemic, talked about the challenges, and I think they've shaped the future of the workplace in a very significant way. The policies that we see today around flexibility, in SAP's case, there's a full pledge to flexibility that is being put in place for the future for all employees. That is going to benefit both men and women equally. And it's going to change the way we relate to our workplaces. So I think the pandemic's negatives and downfalls have, in a way, helped us reimagine the future of the workplace as well, and to the advantage of both men and women.
Yeah, no, I mean, I echo everything they've said. I think what we have noticed in the tech industry, we didn't necessarily see an impact on the number of women in the organization. What we have noticed is a bit like what Laura said, the stresses of balancing the work and home life. If we saw a huge increase in mental health concerns within the organization, it's probably, I would say, females felt a bit more open about talking about that during the pandemic, but certainly we had to sort of step up and think about how do we help our employees around the sort of mental health concerns that are now arising and the juggling of that, as well as looking at all of the flexible work options and everything else. We did, as a company, go out to say, job security is there throughout the pandemic, which I think is quite a bold statement, but we have had to adapt our working practices quite significantly to accommodate all of the demands that our employees are going through now.
We talk a lot about policy. Policy is very, very important. Government policies, corporate responsibility, and the need to set quotas and mandates. Some people are against this, some people are for this. Some people say that it's the only way to achieve change is to implement some kind of a quota system so that there are more women CEOs and more women at the top and more women in the boardroom. And then there are other women who say, well, that isn't necessary and I don't want the blowback from that. I would like each of the panelists to take on to this one because I'm very curious from your own experiences. Is it something we need to do? Is it a good idea, a bad idea?
I mean, at UPS, we didn't need any quotas. We just were looking for talent, and Carol, selected people to be in leadership roles that were talented. And sometimes I do feel a little bit of that stigma because I was sometimes the first woman in certain kinds of roles, and I didn't want anybody to think that I got the position just because I was a woman. I wanted them to know I got the position because I was the right person for the job, and I could do great things, and people believed in the what I brought to the table. And so it's a little bit mixed. I do believe, though, that you do need to have a solid policy foundation and a legal framework. And I am a huge champion for that change. I don't know if the people in the audience know, but the World Trade Organization, for the first time ever in December, passed an agreement that says that you cannot discriminate on the basis of gender in any trade rules. That was foundational because that said we need to have a level playing field where gender and gender bias doesn't come into play when it comes in terms of who can trade and what the trade disciplines are and how they apply to you. So I do think you need to change the laws and regulations so you have a solid foundation. Special shout out here to the United Arab Emirates because 3 years ago I visited and they were at the very bottom, just above Saudi Arabia, in terms of the laws and regulations that allowed women to engage in the workplace in a variety of ways. Fast forward 3 years later, talk about political will, they are now rising to the top. They've eliminated all the barriers that said a woman couldn't own property in her name, a woman couldn't open a bank account in her name, a woman couldn't apply for a loan. If you don't have some of these basic rules in place, no matter how powerful and passionate you are about your business or the role that you can play, you don't have the opportunity to rise. So foundationally, policies and regulations have to be there. You got to have that level playing field, and then people can rise. Quotas, I don't think at the end of the day, if you give equal opportunity to education and access, that you actually need them. Because at the end of the day, the best and the brightest will rise, and I think oftentimes there'll be a lot more women at the table because of it.
Yeah, I agree with Laura on that. Yes, I do think there needs to be some aspirational targets, so it's top of mind for everyone in terms of female representation within the organisation. But I think it's got to start with the accountability of leadership, and actually, are they on board with the vision and where we're going? We've recently linked our executives' compensation to our ESG goals, one of which is gender parity. So to me, that's a sign that we're asking our top leadership, your compensation is now linked to gender representation, female representation within our organisation, and is really holding them accountable to that. And the other thing we've done recently is introduce diverse slates. And this goes to your point, still chosen on the credentials and the appropriateness of skills for the role. But we're actively sourcing females into roles, either internally or externally, to make sure we have a diverse slate to start off with for all roles we post. It might take a little bit more time to hire, but the goal is to build that female pipeline. I think it comes back to this imposter syndrome. Some females don't feel they're going to put their hand up, so we're reaching out to them to say, we think you'd be good for this role. Come on in. So I do think aspirational targets are good, but I think you've got to have the policies and some of the philosophy around that it's embedded in your ethos and your strategy as well.
I agree with that, and I think I'll build upon what both Laura and Eleanor are saying here. The aspirational nature of targets, can be utilized to either motivate your hiring managers and leaders towards a positive path, or you can go into the blaming and shaming game. The better approach, per my experience, has been utilizing the motivational path, helping the whole organization understand that there is a business value to diversity and inclusion, that we're not doing it simply to fill the ranks and fill the quotas, but we're doing it to improve our organization, to improve the business outcomes, to improve the experience of the workplace for all our employees, and utilizing those numbers, utilizing predictive analytics. It's important to move the organization towards that kind of mindset and provide them with the tools and the processes that will help them get there, get to those aspirational goals. Otherwise, you can set the goals, you can set the quotas, keep chasing it for many, many years, and there is typically no movement in places where there is no systemic support, for that kind of achievement.
Take into account, ladies, everything you said so far, the driver for startups, how to put CEOs, and female leaders on the top of the board is when you organize initiatives like Cartier did, where they stimulate, they sponsor, they show them role models, what they could be. And if you know that there is incentive, that you could be one of the top out there, you can be exposed to leaders like you. Yes, I want to be a CEO and I want to lead my company the best way I could, so I take a great example of you. What I'm saying here is that more companies, small and big, has to show role models, have to tell the stories, how all of you reach the level where you are. How me, coming from Bulgaria, knowing where I am, I achieve everything I've achieved so far. I'm not a wunderkind. I'm an engineer, and I try to do my best to help people. So if we try to tell these stories, people will see themselves in those. And they'll say, yes, maybe I should believe in myself. Maybe there is something I could follow and do. So any kind of stimulation to those individuals, to those ladies and girls, could help them to find themselves. And this is our motivation in seeing you together.
And I think that's the pipeline building effort that many organizations try to do, or should be trying to do, because unless we build up the pipeline for women and girls to enter the workforce, to rise to those leadership positions, the aspirational goals, the quotas won't really work. So it has to be a systems-based approach where, we fix the system, we build a pipeline, and, collectively try to achieve those goals.
What about mentoring? How important has that been in your own careers? And is that something that you actively practice within the corporations and within your startups?
Certainly within our organization, I've always had a mentor as well, either within an organization or outside, and I think it's certainly helped me in my career, because I think sometimes some of the gender biases, they're not so outward, they're quite subtle, there's an undercurrent, and it's how you navigate those carefully. But yeah, within MasterCard, we have a women's mentoring series. It's really important to us to connect our sort of junior female talent with the senior female leaders within the organization, which I'm proud to say there is a lot of senior female leaders in our organization, so it's a positive start. But it's actually helping them navigate their own career and how they're going to bring themselves up, maybe take career breaks, rejoin the organization as well. And I think that's valuable, that connection, and we tend to do it cross-border as well, so it's not per market. They actually get exposure to a number of female leaders around the organization, which is good role modeling, and I think gives them an aspiration to reach those roles as well.
And I was going to pick up on that. I've never had a mentor. I just had a dad who told me, yes, you can. I had a brother who said, you know what, Laura, I believe in you. And I have a husband, 30 years, love of my life, who I almost didn't accept this position at UPS because I did that mental soundtrack. Let me tell you all the things I don't know. I'm supposed to run sustainability. How am I going to learn all of the engineering sides of it? And my husband said to me, I know you'll find a way because you always have. And so those are the kind of people that were a part of my life. But at UPS, we're trying to make sure that it's not just women-to-women mentorship. When I think about the allies I've had in my career, they've been men who've said, I think she's got what it takes. Let's give her a shot. And so at UPS, we're doing the same thing. We want champions who are looking at the talent across the organization and saying, this person's got something special, how do I develop that and give them an opportunity to grow? Because at the end of the day, isn't that what all of us as leaders should be doing? Yeah. We should be investing in what's inside each of our employees, developing it and making it blossom, because that's how our companies are going to succeed and grow. And it can be, by the way, the amazing women we have in our organization, the amazing men, and everyone in between. That's what we want. We want the success of individuals coming together, creating that successful company. So that's how we're doing it at UPS.
No, and I think I agree with you. I feel many a times women are over-mentored we are told that you need to go into these formal programs where you'll get a mentor. But we never find that sponsor who will champion our cause, who will advocate for us behind those closed doors where decisions are being made. And I urge the men and the allies in the room to stand up tall and be courageous about taking those decisions to sponsor a competent woman, a competent person within your organization. Because that's the kind of effort that will really make an impact. Many a times we are, given a lot of support within the organization, but it doesn't materialize into the advancements and the promotions that we're looking for. So the sponsorship element that you're kind of hinting at is very, very important. Usually in the past, many organizations have tried to structure a formal sponsorship program. And sometimes that works, many a times it doesn't, because sponsorship relationships that are born out of the informal connections have the maximum impact. And I think women many a times hold themselves back from building up those relationships. Because again, that self-talk kind of tells us, I'm not going to approach that male leader, what will he think about me? And I won't approach the senior female leader, she might think I'm taking up her time. But I urge everyone who thinks of themselves as rising leaders to be brave and to stand up and ask for that kind of support and advocacy. Because that will move the needle for you. It's moved the needle for me, for sure.
I wish I had a female mentor. When I was working at SAP, this was my first job as a consultant. But it was a man, a very great leader I had at that time. And he sponsored my courses at SAP, by the way. They were pretty, not so affordable. So I said, oh my God, I'm going to get it. And he just told me, beside and beyond the courses, he gave me 2 books. He said me, read those books. And I said, oh my God, my dad never had told me to read this kind of books. It was all about leadership and self-development. I said, oh my God, I'm getting a buddy in terms of my leader. I didn't know that's like a mentorship kind of relationship we're having, and I'm still in connection with him. And he's still following all of my achievements. And this is amazing, because this is how you build relationships. Absolutely. And I wish we have more female role models. And I'm pretty sure right now at SAP there are more like him.
I want to follow on to that one, because we're running short on time, but I'd just like to get a sense from each of you. What is it that we're not talking about? What is it that needs to be done now to affect some kind of change over the next decade?
The first thing I would say is more companies to be founded today by female leaders.
Yeah, and I'll briefly say, I think the mindset shift that is required of all of us, men, women, those who belong to the non-binary categories as well, that's very important. We need to expand our perspectives. We need to break the boundaries that we set for ourselves in terms of biases, and know that it's a continuous learning process for all of us. I'm a D&I practitioner. I've been one for the last many, many years, but even till today, I have to continuously learn about the biases that I have. So take that upon yourself as a challenge, because it's good for you. It improves you as a leader. It improves your chances of success in many, many ways.
Yeah, I don't think it's what we're not talking about. I think we just need to keep talking about it. Events like today do bring it to the forefront, but I have seen a shift over the last few years. We are talking about this more. It's not hidden. But I think we just need to do more of this as well and keep talking about it and identify where the pain points are and what we can do about that. I'm with Supriya on this. It is a mindset shift. It really is. And I think organizations and certainly leadership need to understand that, a diverse organization brings diverse thought. They're more creative, more innovative. And so it is better for the organization. I think if leaderships take accountability for that, then we're on the right path. I think we've got a way to go, but I think just talking about it and things like that will help sort of shift the needle a little bit more.
So from my perspective, UPS stands for United Problem Solvers. It really doesn't. It's United Parcel Service. But the reality is the problems that are out there, we need to take it from awareness to action. Yeah. Whatever the issue is, come up with 3 solutions, try them, fail if you do on 1 or 2 of them, but keep moving forward. And so it's not just talking about it, but acting on it, finding ways to really bring more women into the workforce, keep more women in the workforce, help them rise, and by the way, not at the expense of the men in the organization, have it be a united effort. And so united problem solvers, bringing everyone into the equation and solving for the problem that it presents on how we get women to be a part of sociocultural change as well as economic growth and opportunity.
We talked a little bit about the mentoring aspect of everything, but in terms of role models, you mentioned it would be great to see more female role models. Are we seeing that, though? It's an interesting thing, because a few days ago I was sitting on a panel of energy ministers, which might not sound like the sexiest thing on earth, but it is in the current environment. Give me space. But it was interesting because there was only there were 2 men and there were 3 women that were sitting on that panel. And that shows to me that things are evolving. We are moving forward, not just on the policy wonk side, but also, of course, at the corporate level as well. But in terms of those role models, are we there yet? I mean, you finding women inspiring you every day? Because I do.
We're moving in this direction. And here we're going again to the topic of the past syndrome and how much we believe in ourselves. Because if we trust ourselves, we'll brand ourselves and we'll expose ourselves. And this is how all of the people will know about our strengths and our powers, and this is how we become role models. It's not about sitting at home and being great. We have to show everything we have achieved, and we have to trust ourselves that we're good at what we're doing.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think there definitely, in terms of metrics, there is evidence that there is progression. A minimal amount of progression, but there is progression in terms of the women who are in the leadership ranks. The fact that we are here today, and this room is full of people, also goes to tell you that there is still a need for work to be done in this area. There are a lot of folks in this room who consider themselves as leaders, as rising leaders. And I think they are the ones who are keeping the movement alive. Employee resource groups, the grassroots movements in many organizations, they are the ones who are keeping this topic front and center, and in many instances are bringing to fore those role models that many a times get hidden behind the scenes. So kudos to all of you who are doing the hard work here. Thank you.
Sorry. I mean, I would agree with Supriya. We've definitely seen an advancement and some progression. I was a bit like you. I came from an industry or a financial services industry that I would sit on a leadership team. I would be the only female there. I don't know if it's time or the fact I've moved industries, because the tech industry seems a little bit different to that. And I can certainly identify many role models within my organization, but also within the industry that are female role models. So I do think there is a shift. I think it's progressive, and I think there's still some work to do in that area.
And from my perspective, it's the power of storytelling, because I actually take inspiration from not necessarily the titles or the names at the top, but the everyday women that are continuing to, persevere and grow. I take it from the inspiration of the single moms that are, going to school at night to get the MBA because they want better for their kids. I take it in the inspiration of the amazing women that are crossing the border from Ukraine into Poland, carrying their children, in their arms and saying, "I'll find a better way." I take it in all of those, little ways in which women are showing that they're very strong. And if we do more storytelling to show that we have something to give to the world beyond just what we have traditionally been asked to provide, I think there's inspiration and role models everywhere. And so we don't need the titles. We just need more of the, recognition of the fabulous contributions that women make every day.
And with that, I'd like to thank our amazing panelists for an interesting and amazing conversation. Happy International Women's Day.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We're going to do here? On the sofa. Okay. Oh, okay. There was no timing. There was no timing until the very end. It wasn't working. So we were just talking there about things that still need to be done, what's been accomplished, what's been achieved, and the idea of women mentoring each other, being there for each other in the workplace, not not as just colleagues, frankly, but as friends as well, and the importance of having role models, people that you look up to, people that inspire you to push harder, achieve more. It's a tough one, I have to say. I've just turned 40, joy. And there are a lot of life lessons that come and lots of big questions about the future that come with each decade, as we all know, including, do you get married, do you have children, do you stop working so hard so that you actually might meet a boy? A man in this case. But you have to sit back and think about this with regards to how far we've come. And even in the time that I've been in my industry over the last 30 years, the news industry has evolved tremendously. Now we have the ability, frankly, to shoot a news story on your phone. Everybody has the ability to contribute to the dialogue, frankly, of news and what's happening in the world. More people feel that they have a voice as a result of social media. So in a way, in a sense, this is a major opportunity that we've seen women already embracing to empower themselves, to be empowered, to feel important, and to take on any opportunity that life brings to them because they can tell those stories. The next two ladies that we're going to be speaking to in these fireside chats have, in their own ways, changed the world. One is coming to us from the United States, one is right here at home in the UAE. They're both incredibly inspirational women. I'd like to introduce Cheryl Soundberg. She's, of course, a very, very popular young lady, and joining us from the United States, which is fantastic. She's the Chief Operating Officer at Meta, of course, and a best-selling author of Lean In, which I read 9 years ago. Cheryl, it's wonderful to see you on International Women's Day. Welcome.
Excited to.
Welcome to the UAE. It's exciting.
Excited to be here on International Women's Day. Thank you for having me and all of you for being with us tonight. Today.
Time zones, I know, I know. Okay, so why Dubai on International Women's Day?
So I think before we start anything, I want to take a moment to think about what's happening in Ukraine, especially on International Women's Day, because when there's any crisis anywhere in the world, we know who gets the hardest hit, and that's women and children. So as we gather here today, we think about what's happening, we think about the refugee situation and what's happening right here for women and children. I'm here in Dubai to open Meta's International, our MENA headquarters, Middle East, North Africa. And it's not an accident that we did that on International Women's Day, because it's part of the commitment we have to the region and to the women who use our products and services all around the world. We started our first office here 10 years ago. We had 4 employees. Today, there are hundreds of millions of people in this region who are using our products. And our products do a lot of things for a lot of people, but what the internet has done, and I think social media has done, has really democratized access to voice. Things that were controlled by very small numbers of people, usually men, now gives voice to lots of people. Businesses that were run by men, for men, now women have more access. And anything where there's been historical discrimination, when those barriers come down, benefit people who were discriminated against to a greater extent, and that's women. So today we recommit to this region. We commit to the really exciting innovations in technology which are happening here in Dubai, and commit, as always, to making a brighter future for women around the world.
There's a lot of conversation around shattering the glass ceiling. Can you walk us through how you see that journey for women today? Because as you mentioned, 10 years ago you opened the office right here in Dubai. There have been a heck of a lot of changes in the last 10 years here in the region. Saudi Arabia has opened up in a way that no one anticipated, and that's a story that, by the way, I'd been covering for a decade already when it started to evolve. Where do you see us today on that journey?
So look, important steps have been taken. There have been very important steps in Dubai. Dubai leads the region in terms of female ministers. Dubai has passed an equal pay law demanding and requiring by law that women get paid equally. There have been more rights, more freedoms afforded to women. But both here and around the world, we have a long way to go. Women do the great majority of the world's work. Women, almost all of it's unpaid work. Women earn a very small percentage of the world's income, and women own even less of the world's property. And when you think about leadership roles, where you started, it's it's really not going that well. Women have 6% of the CEO jobs in Dubai, 8% in the US, and 5% around the world. None of those numbers get close to the 50% that I think is rightfully ours. I think the situation demands something that's pretty unusual or hard to do together, which is it demands that we are outraged and optimistic at the same time. Outraged, looking at the situation women face, looking at the third of women in the developing world who will be married off before they're 18, looking at the third of women all over the world who will be subject to violence in their lifetime, often at the hands of our partner, looking at the leadership roles we don't have and the rights we are not yet afforded, and be outraged that this isn't good enough. But then we have to be optimistic, because only optimism will fuel that belief it will change. If we don't believe it will change, it will not. And so here we are. There's a women's pavilion at the Expo in Dubai.
I think it's the best one, by the way.
Right? But how many past Expos had a women's pavilion? I don't know the answer, but it can't be many of them. How many times International Women's Day has become much, much, much bigger deal. And so we look at the situation and know we need to do better and believe we can.
Talk to me about how difficult this was for you. I guess you could say this. 2 questions. In the tech sphere, it is not dominated by women. That number is, though, growing. How tough was it for you, in your experience, to break those barriers, to hit through the glass ceiling? You've written about it, but it's always a journey, and every woman's story seems to be different. It's all individual.
I mean, I think the old saying, you can't be what you can't see. There aren't enough women in leadership roles in any industry. There aren't enough women in some industries. Tech is certainly one of them. But I'm lucky. I was born into a family that believed in equal opportunity. I was given equal rights. I was given, a great education and the belief that I could do this. When you look at where we are around the world, not every woman has that. But one of the things we can do is come together to support each other. So there's a woman, I was just meeting with a group of women in Lean In Circles. Lean In is my foundation, named after my book, and it is about bringing women together in small groups to support each other. And this woman was an engineer, so construction is not an industry that has many women, I think fewer than the tech industry. And it was her Lean In Circle that gave her the confidence to think that she could become a CEO. So I want to start with making sure every young girl out there knows that she can achieve whatever she wants to, regardless of what she's seen women before her do.
Do you find, we were saying outrage and optimism, do you see it as an outrageous element of our society today that we still haven't had a woman in the Oval Office, for example?
Yes. But it's not just our country. I mean, we're here at the Expo. There are 192 countries represented here. There are 12 countries in this world that are run by women. 12. Now, COVID actually handed us the best proof point we've ever had of something I've long believed, that women might do a better job. So those countries run by women in the early days of the pandemic did better in terms of reducing the panic and saving lives. They were not in the same region of the world. They were not of the same income level. There were no other similarities other that they were run by women. There used to be a famous thing that no 2 countries with a McDonald's would ever go to war. I'm going to sit on this stage and say, faced with what the world is facing with Russia and Ukraine, that no 2 countries run by women would ever go to war. Ever. And I feel like we've tried this experiment with men running everything for a really long time, and it's time to try something new. Right?
Okay, what is a woman's role in the metaverse?
All right, so let's talk about the metaverse. So my company, Facebook, we renamed ourselves Meta just in the last few months. And it's really about the next evolution of the internet. So when Facebook was started 18 years ago, Facebook was text on websites. Who remembers that, right? Then we all got phones, and then the internet became mobile. Then those phones got cameras. My 14-year-old daughter is with me today. She doesn't remember before any of this. She thinks phones always had cameras. But then those phones got cameras, and so the mobile internet got visual, a la Instagram. Then our phones sped up, and they did video. Anyone remember when you couldn't really take a video or watch a video on your mobile phone, right? Again, my daughter has no concept that this was true. But now everyone can do that. But we believe there's more to do. So what's the next phase? The next phase, we believe, is the metaverse, which is the next evolution of the internet. And it will be defined by a much more realistic, deep experience. So you and I are sitting on this stage together. We've all Zoomed for 2 years. This is my first work trip in over 2 years. I've been sitting in one chair in my living room, a black chair, for 2 years. And I know I'm sitting in my living room, but in a metaverse, I think you and I could be in separate parts of the world, but feel like we are here. Now, how will that get built? We think companies like ours, we're making a very big investment, putting a stake in the ground, but the metaverse is not going to be built by one company. It's not going to be built by Silicon Valley. It's not going to be built only by tech. It's going to be built by people around the world. So women, I think, will break down barriers even further. They should do even better. Creators, people who have something to share and express with the world, people who want to shop differently, people who want to live differently, people who want to donate differently, people who want to understand what's happening to other people, I think we'll be able to do that in a much more virtual way.
So the verse is going to be good for women.
I hope so. I mean, anything that's broken down barriers has been good for women. The internet has been very good for women. When women have access, when women get trained, they can start businesses. They can provide for themselves and their children and their families. So we believe women are doing better starting businesses now than they ever have before because those barriers came down. We have to believe that as those barriers come down in the next phase, things get better for women.
We spoke in the last panel about mentoring and the importance of having role models and people that you can talk to, people you can look up to, and people who you can take your question, like real life questions to. And as women, I think that we're communicators by nature, obviously. So it's not something that's out of the box to think about. How important is that, in your view, to achieving the gender parity that we're looking for, and in terms of getting more women on boards and getting more women in the CEO chair?
It's critically important. Mentoring is critically important. It's also critically important to understand what's going wrong. So here's one of the things that's going wrong. When women succeed, we attribute that success differently than when men succeed. When men succeed, we attribute that success to men's own qualities. He's smart, he's driven. When women succeed, we attribute that success to working hard, getting lucky, and help from others. That's a very big difference, because if you're successful because of your own qualities, you'll be successful the next time. But if you're successful because you're lucky, who knows if that will happen again. That explains why we promote men based on potential and women based on what they've already proven. Lena and my foundation with McKinsey, we do the largest survey of women and our place in the workforce every year. And what that research has shown is there is a broken rung early in the stage that if we want to get to CEO jobs, we need to get promoted to manager. And it's that first promotion to manager where women fall out. For every 100 men that are promoted, 85 women are promoted, and even fewer women of color, because you have race bias on top of gender bias. Well, that makes sense because we promote men based on potential, but women, they have to prove it, and you can't prove you've been a manager until you've been a manager. And so what do we need to do? We need to understand that bias, and we need to mentor women, not just the senior ones who are SVPs who can become CEOs, but we have to start that mentoring right when we get into the workforce so that we get that critical first promotion to manager, which is where we're falling behind.
How would you grade, at least in the United States, the success of the policies we've seen implemented over the last even 10 years, 5 years, since the Me Too movement? How would you grade that corporate success rate in terms of gender parity, in terms of success at mentoring, and really putting women first in so many ways?
Hard to give a grade because there's so much variance. But what I think we can say is we know the policies that work. Here are the policies that work. We need government policies all over the world that recognize equal rights for women. We need corporate policies all over the world that represent caregiving as something that's really important. Make sure men and women can be good parents while they have jobs. We need basic wages so that women don't have to work 3 jobs. And we need a better division of labor in the home. COVID has been a health crisis, an economic crisis, and a complete crisis for gender equality. Women's workforce participation is plummeting all over the world. Here in this region, women's workforce participation has gone down 4%, men has gone down less than 2%. Women's workforce participation in the US just hit levels we haven't seen since 1988. I really want to pause on that. 1988. COVID has wiped out 3.5 decades of progress for women. 3.5 decades gone. Why? Because of uneven caregiving. The average woman and man in a relationship, a married relationship where they have children, the woman is doing an extra 21 hours of childcare and housework every week. 21 hours is half a full-time job. That's why women are leaving the workforce in droves. And so government policies, corporate policies, but the balance of labor in the home. I tell girls all over the world when they're dating in college, you know that thing they do on date 3 where they do their boyfriend's laundry? Don't do that. Don't do that. You're gonna be doing that dude's laundry for the next 50 years. So we need to start with equal relationships much earlier on.
Yeah. In terms of that, do you feel that that is evolving though at this point, post-Me Too? Because we've seen, frankly, in the workplace, in my workplace specifically, NBC Universal, if anyone cares.
We care.
We care. But that is the policy. I mean, the attempt at gender equity, the attempt to get beyond the bias. But if it's inherent, how far can really go?
I mean, part of the answer and part of what's happened with Me Too comes back to the mentoring you were talking about. So Me Too is critically important. Women deserve not to be harassed everywhere in the world. But we also can't be ignored. So since Me Too, and Lean In, my foundation, has done some of this research, men's willingness to mentor women is actually dropping precipitously because men are afraid.
They don't want to get sued.
They don't want to get sued, and they're afraid. So I'm going to ask a question. How many of you have been promoted or have promoted someone you've never met with one-on-one? Anyone? Raise your hand if you've promoted someone or been promoted by someone you've never done a one-on-one meeting with. More than 50% of male managers are afraid to do a one-on-one meeting with a woman in the workplace. That's the end of promotions for women. So we need to say to men, don't harass us, but don't ignore us either. We need to make work, communication, and mentorship equal. If you're not willing to have dinner with women, don't have dinner with men. And you should be able to have dinner. A work dinner is a public restaurant. Men are afraid to travel with women. The people who get to take the trips are the one getting promoted. Trips do not mean the inside of a hotel room. Trips mean public airports, public lobbies, offices. You can do a meeting with the door open if you have to, but you shouldn't have to. We have to make sure that the fallout of Me Too does not lead to giving people an excuse to not mentor women.
Yeah. What is the challenge, in your view, that we're not talking about?
I think we're not talking enough about how not enough progress is being made. I think we're not talking enough about having, 6%, 5% of the global CEO jobs.
Is it because we're afraid of complaining, of being perceived as whining?
So it turns out that when women complain about gender, they do worse at work. When people who are underrepresented minorities complain about race, they do worse at work. But men, in the majority, when they are for gender or for racial diversity, actually do better. So part of it is we need help from the people that have traditionally been in power, and they need to know that it's not just not going to hurt them, it's going to help them. If you're the most senior CEO or you're the most junior worker, if you can work better with half the population, you're going to outperform. I think for too long we've said that equality is the right thing to do, and it's also the smart thing to do. It's in your interest, even if you're in the group that's going to be providing the allyship for someone else.
This may sound like a cheesy question, but I have to ask it. Does it ever, two things. Does it ever, when you wake up in the morning, feel another day is just too much? And I'm talking about work-life balance. I'm talking about family. I'm talking about the challenges that you've faced in your personal life. I think all of us get there at some point. Do you ever get those moments? And what do you look to for inspiration when you do?
Oh, I definitely get those moments. I get those moments personally. I went through a tragedy. I lost my husband very suddenly. I get those moments professionally when it feels like the challenges are overwhelming. And probably the most important thing I realize is to take a big problem and break it down. And also that I shouldn't try to do anything alone. That we need to be strong enough to reach for help. That's where lean-in circles have been so important. That's where other workplace support groups. And it's where being able to say, you know what, I don't see how to break this challenge down comes in.
Role models for you. Who do you look to for inspiration?
My grandmother, even though she's not with us anymore, she was an incredible, incredible businesswoman who, of course, was never in a business because it wasn't true, but she would have been the most incredible businesswoman. And she stepped in and saved my grandfather's business when it was failing, which is our family history. My daughters, one of my 3 daughters is here with me today. I look at her and I think she deserves the same opportunities her 2 brothers have, and that's not what the world is prepared to give her. But I watch her and I watch her sisters. I watch them study, I watch them lead, I watch them realize the things they can do. Yeah. And I find that inspiring.
Do you feel even today, with as much progress has been made, and you've said we need to really focus on the fact that so much more needs to be done, do you feel within that sort of conflict of gender bias that you're focused on more because you're a woman and you've achieved what you've achieved than the talents that got you there?
I mean, I wish it wasn't just women who are focused on gender bias, and there are more and more men who are focused on it, but it's going to have to be all of us who are focused on this for it to change.
Yeah. When you look at the numbers, I mean, 8% are Fortune 500 CEOs, just 8%.
In the US.
In the US.
And then it's 5% around the world.
Yeah.
They're bleak numbers.
They're bleak numbers. When you look at that with your Meta hat on, how quickly could those change? How quickly could we move the dial forward?
So one of the most important things we can do is make sure that technology continues to help everyone. There are 3 billion people in the world without internet access. Most of those are women. When we look at small businesses and what's happened during COVID has hit female-owned small businesses harder. How quickly can we move the dial? We should be able to move the dial because the educational parity has been achieved. There are more girls than boys, more women than men coming out of colleges all over the world. Here it's 70%. And so we know that we can move that dial if we want to and if we even up the partnerships at home.
Walk me through the policies that you see need to be implemented in order to get to that parity.
Well, it's not a policy, but in our relationships, much more equal division in the home. From a corporate point of view, equal maternity and paternity care really matters. Making daycare, childcare more affordable. It's not affordable everywhere in the world. It's very hard for people to afford in the United States and other developed countries. Public policies, going back to equal rights, humanitarian policies, even before COVID and Ukraine, we were in one of the worst places we've been to. There are 80 million refugees in the world, another 1.5 million just in the last 2 weeks because of Ukraine. The great majority of those are women.
Yeah. I visited actually Ukraine a couple of times since the beginning of the year. I've seen a very resilient people, and you mentioned that when you came on stage about the horrific situation that people find themselves in today in that country. Meta has decided, post-Facebook being banned by Vladimir Putin, to pull your ads from Russia. Do you believe that had companies like Meta been more serious about misinformation and not allowing regimes like Vladimir Putin's to speak the company line, if you will, so virulently, if there had been more policies in place earlier on, would we be in the mess that we're in today?
I mean, social media is bad for dictators. That's why Putin took us down. That if you think about what's happening, you know, if you think about before social media, in a country like Russia, you know, the media was completely controlled by one voice. That's what social media changes. What social media changes is the ability of people to post and to speak. And I think if you look at what happened, certainly we've exited business. We're working closely with the Ukrainian government, setting up WhatsApp channels, taking down Russian information. But the scariest part of all of this is the lack of access. When we go down in Russia, people are losing their ability to actually understand what's happening. And so I think we need to fight for access, fight to make sure that social media exists so that people do get information from all over the world, and that information is valid and real.
But especially with your resources as a company, you have been very much aware of Vladimir Putin's ability to control state media. Russia Today, for example, being able to spout the Kremlin line. It's been that way for a long time. He's been in power for 20 years. Do you think that companies like Meta should have been doing something a lot sooner to stop the spread of misinformation?
So we've been fighting misinformation in Russia. We have a policy on misinformation where we have fact checkers, and we have been labeling things that government says as invalid and misinformation, and doing it in Russia. In fact, one of the reasons they took us down is they asked us to stop labeling those posts as misinformation, and we refused. So again, because we are not controlled by Russia, we were labeling the things they were saying that were false as false. That can't happen by controlled media in the world. And I think it's on all of us to make sure we continue to do that. I think it is a real shame that we're down and that other services are down, because we now don't know what kind of information is available there, and it's much, much, much more restricted.
You're absolutely right. I was just in Moscow for a week watching the evolution of Western-backed sanctions and how that's playing out in the Russian economy. We basically, as most of you probably understand, have unplugged Russia from the global financial system at this point. And as you're saying, in many ways, the Russian public are now completely unplugged from the rest of the world, and it's dangerous.
It's very dangerous, because then they're only going to get information from one source. And I promise that in Russia, they are not labeling those posts as misinformation as we were.
Yeah. To fight that kind of fight, to fight misinformation, what more needs to be done? We're talking about elections that were hacked. We're talking about the manipulation of Facebook. I know that the company has faced a heck of a lot of pressure back at home in the United States to do more, to be more open, if you will. Do you believe that people today can trust your products?
I do. I mean, we've made enormous investments. If you go back to 2016 and you think about Russian misinformation that happened during our election, we didn't know what that was. We were completely unprepared. So was our government. So was every government. There have been several elections since then, 2018, 2020. There'll be another election this year. And those were very, very different, because we had put billions of dollars into building systems. When this happened with Russia, right away we were working on misinformation in Ukraine, and we assembled a war room. We took all of the lessons we learned going back to 2016, and we were able to take down that misinformation right away. And so yes, I think we've learned, people have learned, and made investments in integrity we didn't have before, and we've had enormous success over 2 very clean elections in the US.
Before I let you go, I just want to ask you, from Meta, in the sense, what is the greatest danger do you see going forward? Is it this war of information? Is it access to information? What is the greatest danger that you see as this situation with Russia and Ukraine continues to evolve beyond the humanitarian question?
Well, there's the humanitarian question, there's the geopolitical question, there's the military question, and the question of living in a world where governments can do the right thing by their people, because people have the ability to influence those. And that's certainly something we have to be for. And just because I guess you said it was our last question, I think it's also a world that's more equal. On International Women's Day, wrapping up on this stage, I really believe that a world where women were running half our countries and companies and men were running half our homes would be a safer and much more prosperous world.
So if Russia was run by a woman, we'd be safer?
I think so. I think so. Yeah. Others did, I believe, too.
Cheryl, it's wonderful to have you. Thank you so much, and happy International Women's Day.
You too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So some fantastic comments there. I know that you were as interested as I was to hear about Cheryl's inspirations and, frankly, her thoughts on what's happening right now in Russia and Ukraine. I've spent the last several weeks in and out of both of those countries, and I have to agree with what she said. It's something that we should all be thinking about, the humanitarian crisis. And frankly, it's something that's weighing on my mind even as we talk. But I want to introduce our next guest now. She's a role model of mine, Her Excellency Sheikha Lubna. I'm really, really excited to have her join me on this stage for many reasons, not the least of which the fact that I have now lived in the UAE for 10 years and I've seen the evolution of this country and all of the strides that have been made for women, both in the public and the private spheres. It's an incredible place to live. I'm very blessed to actually have enjoyed my time here, both working and living. And she's one of the ladies that changed the world, if you will, in this country. So a round of applause for our next guest.
I want to give you a hug, but I guess I have to wait. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Hello.
I guess just to kick it off, welcome. Happy International Women's Day. It's fantastic to be here and to be here at Dubai Expo, which is an incredible achievement for the country, as you know, and as you've been a part of. Will you walk us through your journey as a woman here in the UAE?
That's quite a long story.
I know. We've got some time.
I started my career as a computer engineer. I graduated from California. And if anyone thinks that the challenge was as being a minister, I think it was much more challenging in the technology field. Because in a lot of companies, you look for consultants with blue eyes, and then you walk in, somebody thinks you're the secretary. But anyway, fast forward, in 2004, I became the first woman minister for the United Arab Emirates. And it really, it all goes back to, the credit goes back to the leaders of this country. They did not choose to have a woman minister running a women ministry. It was the combined Ministry of Economy and Planning at that time. Then I moved to another portfolio of foreign trade, and then international development and cooperation. And the fourth was the Ministry of Tolerance, which was the first ever in the world at that time. So yes, it's been quite a long journey, but very exciting. And I owe it to my government because they support women here.
How important, in your view, globally, is the policy question? Because the policies have to enable the corporates.
Absolutely. The policy is very crucial, but we heard earlier today His Excellency Dr. Anwar Gargash, who is emphasizing more on the enactment and implementation of these laws and these policies. Every country can put policies, but do you implement them? That's a difference. So here in the United Arab Emirates, you've got a combination of policy making, sometimes mobilizing the women agenda by positive affirmation and appointing women in lead positions, and sometimes by creating a quota. I remember when it came to the boards of public companies, it started with at least having one woman. This was a policy by the government here. And now it moved on to be a lot more than that. So policy is very crucial, and it is the way to drive progress and development for sure.
And of course, the UAE has decided as well to encourage women's participation in the corporate sphere as well, in the private sector.
Absolutely,
by
yes.
setting targets.
Right, yes, yeah. You see, there's a challenge sometimes when you look at, did the women have more challenges in the private sector, or is it more of the government? The government, I think, is the easier one, because the government can appoint women. I started 2004 as the first woman minister. Today, we're talking about 9. And Her Excellency Rima Al-Hashmi today is a prime example as a superstar and a trailblazer in her own position. She managed this whole exciting place of Expo. She was the managing director leading the way. And then when you look at the Women's Pavilion, it was the same. It was Rima Al-Hashmi in partnership with Sophie from Cartier. These two superwomen led the one unique pavilion that had never happened worldwide in any expo. This was a start. So even for you, Sophie, this is quite inspiring as well. So yes, definitely. In the private sector, it all depends on the organizations themselves, and it goes back to the CEO as well as the board. Both can actually drive the changes for positions of women.
We talked a little bit in earlier sessions about mentoring and how important that is at every level of career development for women. And also about getting to that first manager role or getting to that first sort of plateau, if you will. How important has that been for you?
As a technology person, I'm talking about the 80s now, it was very difficult to find someone who can mentor you. But for me, it was an exception. One of my closest friends and my greatest mentor is Dr. Farouk Al-Baz. He's the one who led the mission Apollo, I think maybe 11 and 13, of landing on the moon. He was a geologist. And everybody thinks, well, he's not astronauts, but he actually taught the astronauts of what to collect in terms of rocks on the moon. He has been the most inspiring, and one part that I admire the most about him is his humility, his modesty. And that's, I think, is very crucial to everyone who sits in the high status of positions, that do not forget that. That is quite crucial to any careers.
Is that a lesson to the millennials as well?
So everybody, everyone, yes.
When you think about this with regards to the gender bias, we talk about all the accomplishments that have been made, but as Cheryl was just mentioning, we still have so much further to go. What is your view on the challenge there? I mean, what is the thing, in a sense, that's holding us back globally?
In terms of global, it is crucial that the country's leaders mobilize this change. When you look at international organizations, the UN and all the entities of the UN, they drive that policy, they drive the change, they have so many initiatives, but the countries themselves have to move forward. They have to reinstate what's really needed and required. I think during COVID, we have seen an incredible example about women's perseverance. A lot of women had to work from home, but remember, they had to teach their kids as well. The kids could not go to school. So that was the biggest problem and the challenge during COVID time. At least I know this from the UAE. And yet they managed their homes, they managed their kids' education, they became the teacher at home, they're the housewives, as well as working from home. But the silver lining is it also demonstrated that a lot of women can work from home. With the technology facilities, countries who had actually capabilities of bandwidth and internet usage, I think they've done probably a better job in coping with COVID.
Yeah. When I look at Saudi Arabia, for example, and I've been covering this region for a little over a decade, I remember when the policies on women began to change and how incredible that was. But it also made economic sense. It makes economic sense for nations to put women into the workforce. And sadly, and I know this because I'm a CNBC news anchor and we are financial news, if you talk to people's pocketbooks, oftentimes you get a little bit further with them. Is it about messaging in your view?
I think every woman in any post should set herself as an example. You should drive the changes within the organization, within the government entities, wherever you're sitting. If you don't drive that change, if you don't become the example for these women, reinstate confidence and accountability, at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter who sits there. You have to deliver. If delivery is not there, if there aren't numbers that would show and demonstrate your achievement, you are not really a leader anyway. So it is important to actually drive that. And for us here in the United Arab Emirates, sometimes, you know, I'm actually a person who comes from engineering and technology. You would be surprised. You look at examples, for example, like Strata, that develops 3 parts for the aerospace industry. These 3 parts are parts that are purchased, procured by Boeing and Airbus. 70% of the engineers at Strata are women. Women. They're the one who are actually leading in that place. Again, one great example that I think is the most inspiring today, and we see, is Her Excellency Sara Al-Amiri, who is the Minister of State for Advanced Technology, but she's the chairperson of the UAE Space Agency, and she led the Mars mission for United Arab Emirates. Now, that is an example for the world. It's not just an example for the region in here. So the drive has to be women giving the right example, encouragement. Sometimes the government is probably sits in the back seat, but in general, they should be driving this agenda and this change.
There's been a lot done in the last even couple of years in the UAE specifically.
Yes.
Walk us through what are the actual targets today for women in the workforce and how that's going to get achieved.
Women in the government has big numbers. I think we've heard today from Dr. Anwar Gargash that it demonstrated the high percentage of women. Same at the universities. Most of the universities here in the UAE, the percentage of women is like 70%. But in the private sector, sometimes the numbers can be misleading. And the reason for that is the UAE has got combined workforce. There are a lot of people who had actually contribute to our economy. And the numbers actually it can actually not give the right image about the number of women in the private sector because you have more men coming in. But in general, you see them with creation on social media. You see them in corporate here. So there are a lot of good posts of women here, even in the private sector, of Emiratis and non-Emirati.
Yeah. When you think about what happens on down the road, because when we talk about targets, we're talking about goals that are decades in the making. Yeah. What are the greatest challenges, in your view, today to achieving those targets?
Almost in every field, there are numbers that has been achieved, overachieved, and there's some numbers that actually lacking. But there's one instant that I really need to emphasize today. When you look at women entrepreneurs, sometimes you find a lot of support for them, driving their companies toward profitability. But one thing I've noticed, companies, especially in technology, when it comes to investment, the money goes to the men. Hardly the money goes to support and sponsor. If you look at
which is almost counterintuitive, since we're actually better with money.
Yeah, I was part of a session on women in science earlier here at Expo, and I was appalled by the numbers that I heard from this young woman who lives in California and had established a technology company, a platform, and she said it was so hard to get organizations meant to actually invest in a company and to have this company move toward IPO. Very, very hard, very scarce. That's a place, I think, where there's a great opportunity for a lot of women, but that they really need support from the world.
Yeah, access to capital, access to finance, getting in the room.
Right. Technology, to me, is a gender equalizer. It doesn't differentiate you're a male or a female. It all depends on what you can deliver, depends on your brain and your knowledge of technology. It doesn't differentiate whether you're a man or a woman. So why would you differentiate when it comes to sponsoring these companies for the women?
Yeah. What can governments do to help that situation? And in the sense that, is it giving corporates the right kind of encouragement? Is it giving investors the right, do you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
in terms of banks, in terms of finance, how could governments help that agenda?
You can create a lot of incentives when it comes to the private sector. Have an advantage over projects, procurement, everything else, investments, creating the right environment, but also by showcasing the women within these organizations. I know there are many of the corporates, the 500 corporates who had established offices for themselves here, have actually great senior position for women. So yes, I think you're absolutely right. You need to create incentives for them that encourage them to hire women. But I must say, I was in the back here, and I was looking around, counting how many women as a team who's working in this whole conference. There are a lot more women it was actually working on this conference than men. So chapeau to Cartier for doing that.
When you think about your experience, the changes that you've seen, frankly, for women in the workforce, not just in the region, but globally in the last few decades. How quickly do you think we'll move forward? It's something I was asking Cheryl as well. I mean, with her Meta hat on, with the access that she has to all of the numbers and all of the data, especially with the Lean In Foundation, how quickly do you think that we can get there? Because governments are changing, but it varies by country and frankly varies crisis to crisis.
Technology again. I think technology nowadays, we talked earlier, in the 80s, I think it was the internet for us that really had driven the force for women's progress. Today, I think the social media, there are a lot more women heard today because of social media. It's so open. And you can rise within that because it's a flat platform that everybody can come on board. So if you create the right substance, if you drive the right message, I think people would see you. And you see that with the follower, with a lot of interesting people. Not just the social media gurus, but in businesses and speaking. Also, I remember TED conferences. These were a driver for, this was a driver for a lot of women as well.
Yeah. When you think about who inspires you, who is that person?
Well, first of all, I have to say that for us, Her Highness Sheikha Fatima bint Mubarak has been the leading and the shining energy for all of us. She was there right from the beginning with the foundation of this country. Late Sheikh Zayed, the same. As a country that was founded in 1971, the requirements up front were for two criteria, education and health. That was the money that came in, it was really to build the nation. And when you think about education, 1975, I was one of very few women who actually traveled abroad and studied in California and studied in the UK before that. But in general, there was a disadvantage to some other women with families who were quite conservative. So late Sheikh Zayed created universities here. And at the beginning, to encourage men and women actually to enroll, they even had a salary for the students just to make sure that they get their education. Today, when you talk about literacy, I think UAE leads the way worldwide. So for me, it's the leaders of this country that actually made this dream for all of us as women. It really sits as an essence really within our hearts. And I say it because this is the reality. This is how we see it. This is how young people. I'm much happier now because I think there's no limits for the women in terms of their energy, their imagination is what they can dream of. We have a young astronaut now, a woman from Sharjah, who's actually part of that. So a lot of what I see in women today, it was my dream in the 70s. And I just feel happy that they made it and they're going to make more.
Your Excellency, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for sharing your insights.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a huge thank you to Cartier for hosting this incredible forum at the gorgeous Women's Pavilion at Expo.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Let's hear it once again for Her Excellency Sheikh Ibn al-Qasimi, and of course for Hadley Gamble, who gave us an incredible selection of sessions. I want to thank each and every one of our speakers who shared with us their own professional journeys, their struggles, indeed how they've overcome gender barriers in the workplace. As UN Women so aptly put it, gender equality is the unfinished business of our time. And speaking of time, ladies and gentlemen, can you believe we're already halfway through our program for the day? We will be taking a short break before we resume for session 3. As I think many of you know, refreshments are over on the left side of the auditorium. Now, after the break, we'll be back with an incredible session on unstereotyping women in popular culture. I'm particularly excited about it. I'm a little biased because I'm moderating that session, but it's sure to be an incredible conversation, so please make sure you stick around for that. And we'll leave you now with another pledge video from our Commissioner Generals here at the Expo 2020 site, reiterating their commitment to breaking the bias. Thank you. See you soon.
On International Women's Day 2022, we express our support
towards understanding positive gender roles
and balance between men and women.
We commit
to building
the momentum for gender equality
and women's empowerment to break harmful stereotypes
that hinder her progress.
Let us break the bias and make this world a better,
Fairer, safer place
where women will be able to thrive
and live a life of dignity and respect.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin in 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will now begin.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I see many of you are still getting your refreshments. Don't worry, you still have 30 seconds to a minute, but please do take your seats. We're about to start our third session for the day. But just before that, we're going to kick things off with our fourth pledge video, again from Commissioner Generals from country pavilions across the Expo 2020 site, reiterating their commitment to today's topics and today's cause. Kindly take your seats. Thank you.
On International Women's Day
2022,
we express our support
towards understanding
positive gender roles and balance
between men and women.
We commit to building on the momentum
for gender equality
and women's empowerment to break harmful
stereotypes that hinder her progress.
Let us break the bias
and make this world a better,
fairer, safer place
where women will be able to thrive
and live a life of dignity and respect.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I think we've had a pretty engaging, incredible series of conversations and talks up to this point. Of course, just before the break, we heard about the challenges of gender inequality in the workplace, a major problem which persists and I think is an indication of the pervasive biases that we see in our own societies and our cultures. Now, another place that these biases are all too apparent is, of course, in popular culture. In fact, in recent studies, we see that less than a third of the people represented in TV, radio, and newspapers are women, and less than a third of speaking roles in feature films are also women. So clearly, there's a lot of work to be done in this regard. Now, as a filmmaker, producer myself, I'm particularly interested in this next session in listening and learning a lot more about this topic. We hope that you all feel the same. We will be just starting the session, the conversation in just a few moments. But before that, I'd like us all to hear from a very inspiring woman who has been vehemently challenging stereotypes across her entire career, Yara Shahidi. You may know her from hit series Blackish, or as the star of Grownish. She's an acclaimed actress, producer, and activist. Unfortunately, she could not be with us here today, but she's recorded, I think, a very inspiring video address that I'd like you all to turn your attention to. So without further ado.
The traditional image of female characters in Hollywood is vulnerable and dependent. And as we all know and have experienced, stereotypes are limiting. They're derogatory and they are harmful. The portrayal of women in pop culture is particularly biased, presenting a one-dimensional, gender-imbalanced, and inaccurate image that completely ignores the nuanced experiences of women and girls globally. Harmful stereotypes have held women back for centuries. Since I began working in the media and entertainment industry at the age of 6, I've seen and experienced this misrepresentation firsthand. I also know how it feels to not see yourself or your family fairly represented on screen, and the damage that does to oneself and communities. I grew up in a Black and Iranian household where we did not watch much television, an hour or two a week at most, because my parents wanted me to be surrounded by global literature and stories. Stories of families as diverse and special as mine, told through a truly global lens because my parents knew I would need to understand the infinite world of possibility to keep my personal dreams inspired. While stereotypes can do great harm, the shattering of stereotypes is even more powerful. When stereotypes are dismantled, when pop culture and media share stories and content of real, dynamic people who expand what a nuanced woman looks like, moves like, thinks like, and more, opportunity and progress can take root and blossom an infinite number of incredible stories about women. One of my proudest career moments was when I was in Cincinnati, Ohio. A young woman jumped out of her car to tell me she was taking advanced world history in high school because of me. She had seen me talking about the importance of studying our global history to be able to add to the narrative. Many of the accomplishments of women were not taught in history courses, and she, like me, was excited to know more and contribute to the narrative. Our short conversation on a street I was unfamiliar with confirmed for me the awesome power of representation, and thus the power of inclusive storytelling. When those without the space to share their voice are able to tell their own unique stories, a more realistic picture of our global community comes into focus, and we can start to counter widely accepted, biased narratives. For 8 years, I had the privilege to work on the shows Blackish and lead the spin-off Grownish that both actively break down negative stereotypes and build authentic, relatable, and dynamic characters instead, creating space for representation of people and cultures outside of the traditional Hollywood lens. With the enormous reach and influence of today's media and entertainment industry, there is an immense opportunity to celebrate the stories of diverse women and change norms on and off screen. After years working across advertising, film, and TV, and only at the age of 22, I firmly believe this is the work we must stay committed to. More and more, women are rightfully gaining space to share their stories and perspectives, and audiences are hooked on the content we are creating, and people are listening and actively choosing to consume and amplify books, magazines, TV shows, and films created by women. I've been inspired by the number of young women harnessing the power of traditional and digital media platforms to make themselves heard, and educating others on how to do the same. More women are now writing and directing for television and film than ever before. What an amazing moment, worth celebrating on this International Women's Day. Still, we have so much work to do. We need more women in leadership positions across the media and entertainment industry, as well as truly inclusive representation from diverse women at every level of the decision-making process. More female writers, directors, cinematographers, and producers. We need to elevate women's voices and perspectives in television and film. I am committed to doing my part. I started in print ads and then commercials before moving on to television, and now I am producing, and along the way I continue to remain in conversation with those executives around me to share the powerful stories of the women that surround me. I am committed to elevating other female creatives to ensure the next generation of women and girls experience an even more inclusive and equitable representation of themselves and their stories across all forms of popular media. Only then can we break the bias once and for all and build a fair and inclusive future. Thank you.
What a wonderful way to start off this session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will join me in giving a very warm welcome to 3 amazing trailblazers who have played essential roles in combating biases, spearheading the struggle against biases in mass culture. Ladies and gentlemen, Hind Sabri, Edgar Ramirez, and Brian Heilman, who will be joining us all the way from Washington, D.C. Let's give them a big round of applause. There's Brian. Hi, Brian. Welcome. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I am personally truly honored to have you with us on the panel. I think we just all heard Yara's video address. And Hind, I wanted to sort of address you first, particularly with Yara's comments around having more women in leadership positions, producing, writing positions, really taking control of the creative storytelling process. Is that something that you have seen personally? That's something, I believe it's something you have done more of for yourself recently as well with your series Finding Ola. I'd love to hear more about your personal experience.
Yes, this was my first experience as a producer, this time on Finding Ola with Netflix, and it's really empowering that a big platform such as Netflix, is talking to women in the region about storytelling, about telling stories their way, telling stories about women, and that's exactly what I wanted to do and what I wanted to explore next to my acting career. We don't see enough of this in the region, unfortunately. And I think, as Yara said in her beautiful note, you need decision makers that are women, because we're not going to wait until a fashion or a trend comes in and says, okay, this year is all going to be about women. If it's not the women who decide, if it's not the women who say, you know what, we demand stories about us and we demand stories told by women as well. So decision making is really, really important. Here in the region, we're a little far, but I mean, I'm happy Finding Ola opened the gate, and I'm sure we're going to see more and more of this in the future.
Thank you very much, Hind. Absolutely, I think it was a great debut. For people who haven't seen Finding Ola on Netflix, it's easy to watch, highly recommend it. Edgar, little plug for her on stage, not that she needs it. Edgar, I'd like to turn to you now as well. You're a member of the He for She initiative at the United Nations for Women. You have played an active role. You've had now a long career in Hollywood as well. What kind of changes have you seen? What more needs to be done in that regard? What role do you think men in the industry should be playing in helping to create more opportunities for women in the creative storytelling space?
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely. Well, thank you so much. I'm so glad to see you. Thank you so much for this invitation. I feel very, very honored to be here. Basically, we men, we are the other half of the conversation. So, and we, I mean, in our journey towards gender equality, women and men are like two strands of DNA wrapped up in an embrace. So there has been this misconception about gender equality being a liberation movement only for women, but the reality is that it is nothing but that. It's equality. It's a liberation movement for all genders. For everyone who has ever felt the burden of a gender stereotype, or the discomfort, of the pain of being forced into a specific mold. And men also suffer from those gender stereotypes, because stereotypes come from society. And if historically we men have dominated society and ruled society historically, so it's not only the women's responsibility to dismantle those stereotypes, we also need to take responsibility on that. Because by doing it, by helping Hind to alleviate her burden, I'm also alleviating my own burden. So that's basically the reason why I became involved, and that is the message of He for She. I mean, it's a solidarity movement for gender equality that calls out to men to become part of the change, to be aware of the bias, to be aware of the inequality, and the minute a little boy or any man just recognizes, identifies, like wakes up to the bias, immediately a space is created for change. And there's a lot of work to be done. I mean, there have been advancements, and for example, in my industry. But I agree both with Yara and with Hind that the more women that are present and within the decision-making process, when they're the writers, when they're the producers, where they're the directors. I mean, clearly we can broaden the representation and the insights. But there's a lot of work to be done, and I think it's everyone's responsibility.
Absolutely. I think very well said. Thank you, Edgar. With regards to, actually, I want to come back to both of you and your more personal stories, your personal experience in just a minute. I think what would be helpful now, so we'll turn to you, Brian. Have you maybe set the scene a little bit? You're a senior research officer at Promundo. Promundo's flagship International Men and Gender Equality Survey, Images, has recently been conducted, which has surveyed representation for both genders in media, I think primarily in North America, but across the world. I'd love to hear some of the key takeaways from that, just to give us some context as to where we are right now with representation in popular culture.
Sure, and thank you so much, Omar. It's really an honor to be on this panel and to be participating in this event. I'm so sorry that I couldn't be there in person, but yeah, I'm here to support the messages you just heard from the other esteemed panelists. and where I can to provide data and evidence from the experience of my organization, Promundo, who really does work around the world to help promote the kinds of care and empathy and accountability and changes among men and boys that are really necessary, as Edgar was pointing to. I think we always have to think about something like stereotypes and like harm and understand who are the most harmed and who are the most responsible for causing that harm. And I think we, even as we acknowledge in this session, that women and girls in media landscapes and in other areas in life are the most harmed, most sidelined by these stereotypes. But we have to be careful then not to then place all of the responsibility for changing those stereotypes on women and girls as well. Because by and large, and Edgar mentioned this, the people in the positions of power, the people creating these systems that keep women and girls marginalized and sidelined are us men. And so that's why we're trying to find the ways for men to take on more accountability, to really truly work as allies in this world. And also, as Edgar mentioned, we might find that coming out of this process of identifying with the goal of gender equality, even we as men find that it's actually a better headspace and a better way to live than insisting on inequality. So yes, I do have a lot of experience gathering data to understand how this is happening. And basically, a few headlines to share just include that young men, wherever we talk to them around the world in the survey Omar mentioned or others, they tell us that they are still encountering these strong messages about gender roles and about what it means to be a man, what it means to be a woman. Young men tell us that they are inundated by these messages that they should dominate women in their lives, they should treat them as objects, and even in their own emotional reality that young men should be tough, should never show any vulnerability or any weakness. And these are the ideas that we have to understand in relation to one another. Even if you're thinking about a TV depiction, if we're seeing, women in marginalized roles or even within a family in a TV show only as the stay-at-home mother or not showing her pursuing her full career ambitions, often there's a man in that family as well whose depiction is he's lazy, he turns on the TV immediately when he gets home. If he has to watch the children, he's completely clueless and doesn't know how to change a diaper, and the house is a mess if he's left alone with the children for any amount of time. And so we just need to be aware that these stereotypes work in tandem with one another. And so even to that extent, we've partnered with organizations to actually map depictions of men and women in TV shows. And even an exciting one we did is looking at the 50 most popular TV shows for children. And yes, as Omar said, this was in North America, but I wonder if we can kind of imagine that similar trends like this would apply in the region as well. And what we found in mapping what even young children are watching is that the male characters are far less likely than female characters to show emotions like empathy, even like happiness and joy, like vulnerability. We also see that men are far more likely than female characters in these TV shows to have risky behaviors, to be the ones, starting fights or be driving dangerously, or these other actions that are a manifestation of the sort of rigid macho masculine identity. And most seriously, male characters in TV shows for children are far more likely to engage in violent acts as well. So these are the things, and I'm not trying to steer the conversation to just make it all about men at all. It's really to identify that these stereotypes work in tandem with one another. And if we want a more liberated, a more free, a more like fully expressive world for women and girls in their lives and in TV, then it's really men who need to take responsibility to make those changes. And we all need to really embrace more open depictions of all genders in TV shows, and let the mother be the financial provider, and let the father be the very capable caregiver in the home. So I hope that gives just a little bit of grounding. And I'm here to add any more data insights as we need them. But thank you, Omar, and everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. That was great. It's great to give us some context. Turning back to you, Hind, you've had a long, storied career. You're an award-winning actress. I would love to hear a little bit about your own experiences across the breadth of your career, how maybe you've seen perhaps some subtle changes in the types of roles, stories being told around women here in the region, and where you think we are now and what kind of stories you hope to see in the future.
Yeah, so I was lucky enough, I mean, I'm lucky for many reasons. One of them is that I come from a country that is Tunisia, that is extremely progressive when it comes to women's conditions and women's rights, legally and socially. A civil society that is extremely supportive of women. And at the same time, I started my career at the age of 14 with a feminist movie and with a woman director called Moufidat Latli, and the film was Les Silences du Palais, The Silences of the Palace. And this is what actually kind of awoke me to the industry and to, so I did not suffer, and I come from a family where my mother is a working mother, working woman, always supported. My father is a feminist, so I consider myself lucky, but I'm not the majority, I'm minority. When I started acting, I remember that it was a stigma to be an actress. So we have two stigmas in the region. I mean, there's the stigma of playing or portraying such and such character that are not what a woman is supposed to be, and at the same time add another layer in our region, which is the stigma of having a daughter or a sister or a mother or a wife that is an actress. So that was 1995, and I saw the evolution. I saw now, I remember, like, my friends were, how do your parents let you act? How come your parents are letting you go? You know, there was this whole imagery about being part of the entertainment industry as a stigma on its own, which has completely changed today. Completely. So this is very positive. Today we see, I mean, I was in Saudi Arabia 2 weeks ago. I saw a beautiful generation of young women who are actresses, producers, writers, narrators. 5 years ago, there was not one single movie theater in Saudi Arabia, for example. So now there is an industry being created with a lot of gender equality from the beginning, because it's a new industry. And I think this is kind of contagious, because when you have the means to create an industry in a region, and when women take charge from the very beginning of that industry, stepping stones, I think that's gonna win us a lot of time. I have seen definitely throughout my career a lot of not only discrimination, but also misogyny and I mean, I don't want to sound you know, angry or bitter or upset, because I am not. On the contrary, I think I learned a lot from everyone, every person I worked with, and every word that might have slowed me down but did not. So I'm very thankful for all of this. But I need also to be honest and to represent. This is what I am here to do today. And I think that we heal by talking. We heal by having this voice, by finding this voice, and by being a little louder, not by just shutting it. So yes, this is a male-driven industry, definitely, with a lot of misconceptions and preconceptions about what women should be in film, in the media. And I suffered a lot from that in a way where I used to always choose and pick the parts that no one else would pick, because they would be not the stereotype of what a woman is. And I took that risk, and I'm not at all unhappy I took it, because that gave a voice to many. The first thing I said when I started having a voice in the media was that I do not see the women I see every day in the street, I don't see them in film. I see diverse women. I see women that think differently, feel differently, speak differently, but I only see one type of women on screen, which is either the objectified the object, the objectified woman, the sexualized woman, or the angel, what you said yesterday, right?
We were having that conversation that normally and historically, I mean, not only, I mean, I come also from a very from a region of the world. I come from Venezuela, and our culture is very inserted in this, limited notions of gender. And normally in media, historically, all you see is either the virgin, the woman that is completely denied of sexuality, or the one that is only sexuality. Basically, Virgin Mary and Maria Magdalena. I mean, those are, in a way, the two. So there's no possibility of anything in between, and it's always related to either the lack of the excess or just the entirety of sexuality. And that is so limiting, so limiting and I know that a lot of my colleagues and my friends, great actresses, they have to really struggle with that throughout the years.
So, speaking, I guess, with your own experience then, Edgar, what are some of the solutions? I mean, you yourself, I think, you've been working a lot more with female directors, producers, writers. What can, men in the industry do to help shift this change? And as you said, it's beneficial to all by breaking down gender stereotypes, right?
Yeah, ask questions. Ask questions. You just have to ask questions to the women and to the female colleagues around you. I think that is a very important part of the allyship, to ask questions. And also it was something that you just said that is so that to me it's very interesting, for the lack of a better word to describe it. And actually, it's alarming. That's not interesting, not the word. It's alarming. You were just describing something, and then you just said, well, it's not that I want to sound angry, but you can sound angry.
Okay.
No, what I'm trying to say is that it's part of the stereotypes. Like women need to be proper. They can't be angry, because that may be, it's too much pressure. And then when a woman expresses, in a very assertive way, for example, when a woman dares, because historically there's always been, and we were talking about it yesterday when we met, confined to the domestic sphere of life. Historically, and in most cultures, or at least that has been my personal experience. And traveling around the world through my career, I've been able to notice that. And men have been allowed to perform in the public sphere. So when a woman dares to perform certain level of leadership, the expectation, that from that role, it's characterized by masculine traits. So if she does it, if she fulfills the expectation, then she's a witch, and she's angry, and she's difficult. But if a guy does it, then we're forceful, and we're sharks, and we're champions, and that's the way that is. And if the woman doesn't do it, then she's weak.
Yes.
And
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but it's always also, yes, there's a lot to do with character. When it comes to a woman, it's a permanent trait. So if they saw her angry once, then she's
angry
difficult,
forever.
as you said, she's angry forever. Although for a man, he's just having a bad day.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm sure it's in every field, not only in ours. So the permanence of the judgment is also extremely heavy to carry, right?
Totally. If Han and I do a movie, which I hope we do.
All right, you heard it here on stage first. Confirmed. They're doing a film together.
That would be great.
That would be amazing.
Actress.
I was telling him yesterday, I wish there were more men like you guys in this world. The world would be a better place.
There are a lot of men. There are a lot of men.
Yeah, it's true. Thank you. There are a lot of men.
There are a lot of
fantastic women.
There are a lot of men out there. Not all men. And a lot of the men that misstep, they just don't know. A lot of them. But of course, men in positions of leadership, they don't get a whole pass. If you are in a position of leadership, by today, you should know better. Yeah. But definitely, if we're in a movie together and she has a bad day, right, then she's difficult.
Yeah.
If I have a bad day, I have a temper, And
you'll be fine tomorrow, right? And tomorrow, it's fine.
I have a temper, and then I will be okay tomorrow. And that is just that is a burden. That is a very heavy burden.
It is, and I live it. I mean, I do live it. I do live it, like, personally. When I go on set, I'm sharing really very, very personal insights. But when I go on set, even when I don't want, I do put on a smile because I don't want to I don't want to see the judgment. I always have to kind of envelope everything I mean by introductions, especially when you get more power. Like when I became a producer, you should have more power, right? When you're a producer, not power as in like dismissing people, but power as in wanting things and being assertive. This assertiveness, and I'm talking 2020, I could not have it easily. I had to still sneak around and go around.
The straight line that we talked about?
Yes, I had to sneak around and go around and be nice and pick my battle and you know, and so it's a whole different strategy. You have to think, which is, we're in the industry of entertainment and arts, and we, us women, should not be strategizing as if we were at war.
Always strategize and always going around, always finding a way of strategizing. While men, we are allowed. And again, this is not a mea culpa. This is just a normal identification of bias. And that's what and we go back to I go quickly back to the beginning of the conversation. As long as you're able to identify the bias, maybe a space is open for change. But it's very unfair. And like my producing partner is a woman. It's one of Jill Lidman, and it's one of the women that I admire the most in my life. It's one of the most important women in my life, and also my manager. So we built my career together, and I can see it as one of the panelists in the prior, you know, when Christina and they were talking earlier. In many meetings, they direct the questions only at me, and not because I'm an actor. It's because I'm a man. And the fact that I'm allowed socially and in the public sphere to go, if I want to go from A to B, I go on a straight line. If Jill, most likely, if she wants to go from A to B, she has to find a way to get to B, and that needs to change.
Absolutely. So I'm just conscious of time, and I really want to have time just to do one last sort of focused question on, I think, both the power of storytelling and also what can be done to improve representation going forward. Again, maybe more specifically about your particular industries or regions. Hind, please, if I could start with you.
I think women that have access to funding, that's very important. It's not only about the writing, it's not only about, I mean, of course, we do need stories told by women, and we do need unique stories. I do believe in uniqueness in the way that I don't believe in stereotyping the condition of women and just making a feminist movie about all women. There's nothing such as all women. I mean, okay, there's a gender, and there is a true injustice that this gender is facing as a global kind of entity, but there are unique individual women that I'm more interested as a producer, as an actress, and as a woman to hear about than about this, the victimization of the gender. But access to money is very important. Producers who have money, studios, they don't give money to women as easier as they would give it to men. And this is extremely important, and we don't talk about it very often, but it's just like banks that don't lend to women, that lend much easier to men than to women. Actually, this is statistically true. Yeah. The trust when it comes to allowing a woman to pursue her dreams financially, because this world is all about financials at the end of the day. So it is very important that women, through funds that are only for women films or for women filmmakers, I think I would love to have something like that in the region, create a fund only for women writers, producers, filmmakers.
All right, so policymakers, people, obviously industry.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but yeah.
Please take Hind's idea.
Oh yes, if you have
make
money,
the fund happen. Again, we're basically out of time, but I just want to give you each one final thought. Brian, please, any final thoughts based on your research about what could be done?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what we have to kind of I always look to is young people, the next generation. And when we're talking about depictions in TV shows and who's allowed to share their stories and what vision goes in front of people in the world through the media that they consume, it really does have lasting impact in the lives of young people. And sometimes in a conversation like this one, it's easy to presume that, oh, well, these restrictive ideas are just, among the oldest generation, and as time goes on, the young people are automatically going to be more radical and have new ideas. And the worrying thing that I can tell you from data is that in a lot of places around the world, it's actually the youngest group of men, 18 to 25-year-old men, hold among the most restrictive views about gender and about men's roles and women's roles, even more so than their fathers or grandfathers in some cases. Now, that's not everyone, but it's just to say that there is no automatic process where the youth are gonna save everything. And part of that is that young people are so much more impressionable when it comes to what they're consuming in terms of peer pressure and doing what their peers are pressuring them to do. And the crazy thing about it all, and Edgar was pointing to this, is that all it does is create harm for everyone. We find that actually the young men whose personal attitudes are most aligned with like a rigid view of men need to be tough, men can't show weakness, men should dominate women. Those men who hold those attitudes, you might think that they are then the kings of the world or something, but no, they are the ones who are more likely to use and abuse drugs and alcohol. They're more likely to drive dangerously and get in traffic accidents. They're more likely to use violence and to experience violence. They're more likely to show mental health challenges and depression and suicidal thoughts. So, and of course, that's not to even mention the fact that when men are more likely to use violence or to need care, who is the bigger burden on? Of course, it's women and girls. Women and girls are going to be the targets of a lot of that violence. So I think part of what needs to change, of course, and the underlying all of this is just completely different media messaging around gender, breaking down these roles and showing the full, beautiful diversity of the ways people can be in their families, very much the way that Yara Shahidi said at the beginning of the session. And I think the more and more that just everyone around our society becomes comfortable talking about gender, about masculinity and femininity, not as something that's just inborn in our biology, but as something that is created by things like media and society and therefore can be changed. And as we all talk more and more and understand our role to change that, I think we will be on a path to a better future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for joining us. We are out of time. One sentence, go.
Well, education.
Great, education.
But wait, because this is important. It starts at home.
Okay.
I mean, it's just identifying, like when you say, like, why did my sister, I only have one sister, why did my sister always, when we were kids, was the one picking up the dishes and while I was playing?
Isn't he amazing?
Why were the guys, I mean, that's where it starts, you know? And by doing that, and also implementing policy from, because the domestic sphere and the public sphere, they feed each other. They feed each other. So if we work on both levels, then kids can also teach their parents how to get out of the hypnosis of these harmful gender stereotypes.
I think that's a wonderful,
that's
wonderful
education.
Empathy
so much,
and
Edgar.
education. Empathy and education.
Empathy and education.
Yes.
Well, you heard it here. Thank you so much. Hind Slapri, Edgar Ramirez, Brian Heilman. Thank you so much for a wonderful, wonderful session. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for them one more time. It's a big round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's right. Thank you.
What an amazing conversation. What incredible speakers we've heard from. What inspirational and empowering words for girls and women around the globe. As we were preparing for this forum, we reached out to 4 international actors who are actively engaged around women's empowerment and gender equality, and we all know how important that is in the film industry. They have all written letters to the present and future generation. I've read these letters and they are inspirational, to say the least. So it gives me great pleasure to invite these 4 amazing change makers on stage who will be reading these letters in their respective languages and delivering a very important message for girls and young women around the world. I would like to start by asking esteemed actress, film director, and producer Julie Gaillet to join me on stage.
Merci Yvonne. Ma petite fille, je t'écris ces mots alors que tu n'es pas encore là, alors que tu ne seras peut-être jamais là. Mais en écrivant ces mots, je tremble à l'idée que peut-être un jour je te rencontrerai. Ma petite fille du XXIe siècle, que sera-t-il de moi lorsque tu naîtras? J'ai eu 2 beaux garçons, formidables, doux, intelligents, et l'un sera père à ta naissance. Mais au travers de ta naissance, ce sera une renaissance pour moi. Tu me feras à la fois grand-mère et grand-mère d'une petite fille. Je voudrais voir de mes yeux la femme que tu deviendras. Te voir te lever, puis tomber, puis te relever, puis apprendre à marcher et à tomber à nouveau et te relever à nouveau, puis apprendre à courir et toujours te relever. 7 fois à terre, 8 fois debout. Ma petite fille, je serai là pour t'écouter, pour te rassurer. Je serai là pour te transmettre aussi. Et pour te témoigner ce que c'est la construction d'une femme en France, où nous avons réussi à conquérir de larges champs de liberté. Mais te dire que rien n'est impossible. Te voir devenir profondément qui tu es, te réaliser et t'épanouir au-delà des injonctions qui perdurent. Ma petite fille du XXIe siècle, je voudrais t'aider à construire ta liberté. Je voudrais te protéger, car je sais les violences qui se réinventent, qu'elles se reconfigurent. Je sais les cyberviolences. Je sais la pornographie, la prostitution et les viols. Je sais que l'avenir des jeunes femmes est encore miné de pièges tendus par la domination qui n'en finit pas de se reconfigurer et de nous fragiliser. Qu'en sera-t-il de nous, les femmes, alors que la guerre gronde? Qu'en sera-t-il de nous, alors que nous ne sommes pas égales partout sur la planète? Nous ne sommes pas égales non plus en fonction de notre couleur de peau, en fonction de ce que nous gagnons. Et tant qu'une seule femme ne sera pas libre, aucune d'entre nous ne le sera en réalité. Ma petite fille, mais je le sais déjà, je sens déjà votre force, votre détermination. C'est celle que vous avez reçue en héritage de toutes ces femmes qui se battent pour leurs droits partout dans le monde, une force et une détermination nourries de la rage des souffrances et des cris de joie, des victoires que nous avons arrachées, nous, les femmes. Ma petite fille, j'ai confiance en toi et en tes amis, filles et garçons du XXIe siècle. Nous serons là, nous serons toutes là pour vous entourer et vous encourager. Ma petite fille, j'ai tellement hâte de te rencontrer. Merci. Merci.
Merci. Thank you, Julie, for that wonderful letter. I would now like to invite Monsieur Dafa Labadine to the stage, actor and director, well-known actor and director. Dafa, thank you.
Where are you based? Are you based in Lebanon? In Beirut? How are things in Beirut? Complicated, right? Oh my God.
Dear Yasmin, I would like to talk to you about a Tunisian woman who got married at the beginning of the 1960s. Her husband worked at the National Guard. She worked as a tailor, a self-taught tailor. And she worked from a little home that she rented with her husband. Both she and her husband were from worker-class backgrounds. Alongside taking care of her 5 children, she had to move home. She had to change city because she had to follow her husband's work. For years, she had to travel hundreds of kilometers each week to accompany one of her children who needed special care and a specialized hospital in the capital. Sometimes she would start her day at 7 in the morning, and she would continue until 3 o'clock the next morning. She sold her jewelry alongside her savings to help her kind husband Ahmed buy a home for the family. In her life, she faced cancer 3 times, and she never complained. She never felt a victim, and each time she fought cancer with her willpower and her love for life. Being a woman born in Tunisia in the 40s, she never had the chance to go to school. She never learned to write, to read. Being a woman in the 40s in Tunisia, 50s, 60s, she had to face a lot of difficulties, a lot of prejudice. But she kept going. She kept reaching out for her dreams and helping her family. I'm sure by now, Yasmin, you know that I'm talking about your Mima Aziza, your grandmother, my mother. And without her, I wouldn't be here today. Yasmin, your mother was a woman, and was a woman who was the holding pillar of a family full of men. Yasmin, reach out for your dreams. Be who you want to be. Be as best as you can be. But never forget, men and women are equal. Never forget and never doubt that men and women are equal. Always be proud of being a woman. I'm proud of you. Your mother is proud of you. And I'm sure Mima is looking down from the skies, proud of the beautiful soul you're growing to be. I love you, my daughter. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dafa. And I know Dafa's story resonates with so many of us, with mothers and sisters and daughters. I would now like to invite Nadine Labaki, actress and film director, to the stage. Thank you, Nadine. Thank you.
Okay. This is a letter I'd like to read to my daughter when she's 16. She's 6 now. Mayroon, my love, I have so much to tell you, I don't know where to start. You must be 16 by now, old enough to start asking the right questions, the questions that really count. I don't know what the world looks like by now or where you are on this planet. Are you sitting in a room behind a screen, watching your avatar visiting a museum somewhere in the Metaverse? Or is the wind caressing your face on a sailing boat somewhere, conquering unknown new lands? No matter what you're doing or where you are, I imagine you strong, just, free, adventurous, bold, outspoken, crazy, unapologetic, and highly artistic. Do you still cry every time your father plays a tune on the piano? Remember how you used to panic and ask me, "Mom, what's happening to my body? Are these my emotions?" I guess you know what they are by now. Never be afraid of your emotions, my love. Treasure them. They are your fuel to change the world. As I'm writing these words, you are running around the house, barefoot, with nothing but your underwear on, singing and dancing out loud, like nobody's watching. Yes, like nobody's watching or judging. I hope that by now you live in a world where cancel culture and political correctness don't exist, where you don't feel paralyzed by other people's judgment, being the artist that I think you are. I heard someone say once that human beings are born free, like a butterfly, but they die curled up, like a caterpillar, under the crushing weight of social pressure. Challenge that. Don't let this pointed finger aimed at you break your wings. Don't let your need for approval rule your life. Life might spare you from many injustices, but maybe it will not do the same for many other girls your age. Remind yourself every day that girls and women throughout history have paid a very high price. They have been enslaved, sold, raped, abused, tortured, discriminated, lapidated, displaced, torn away from their children, their families, in order for you and your generation of women to be free. Until this day, many are still paying a very high price for their freedom and equality. Remember that justice will only be served when those who are not affected are as enraged as the ones who are. By the way, I didn't come up with this. Benjamin Franklin did. So be enraged, my love, but turn your rage into actions. Find your mission, your true calling. Fight for what is right. Honor what you have come to do in this world, what you stand for, where you come from, what your story is. No matter what your circumstances are, you are powerful. Every single cell in your body is powerful. Honor your power. Honor your potential, your talent, your intuition. Your favorite hero is within you. I hope that by now you live in a world where weapons are abolished and where humanity has finally come to realize that wars are the tools of the fools and the weak. Always put yourself in the other person's shoe before judging their actions. I hope you live in a world where every rooftop of every building is green. A wise woman once told me, "What does a Harvard education serve you if you don't know the name and the benefit of the wonderful plant you just stepped on?" And she's right. Learn from nature. Observe it. Imitate it. Grow your own food. Make your own cheese. The world is your home. Travel. Appreciate the unknown. Don't get yourself attached to many properties or belongings. The lighter your backpack is, the happier you will be. George Bernard Shaw used to say, "Some men see things and ask why. Others dream things and ask why not." Don't forget to keep dreaming what can be and keep challenging what is. Don't be afraid to explore your other natures. Whatever happens to you, don't portray yourself as a victim. Men are your collaborators, not your competition. I truly hope that by now, your generation is not celebrating Women's Day anymore, and that you don't have to sit through long panels like this one, debating and fighting for gender equality, because it has become a thing from the past. I hope you live in a world where there are no Instagram filters, although some of them are funny. Don't waste your time capturing a moment on your phone, but rather live it. Don't worry about your imperfections. Digital cameras actually see more than what the eye can see. Keep wearing your red lipstick, even when you're 99, and never feel like you have to trade your skirt for a suit in order to be taken seriously. Cherish your body, explore your femininity, and be proud of your every curve. One last thing. Apart from brushing your teeth, there are 3 things you religiously need to do as soon as you wake up in the morning. Make your bed, write down the dream you just had, and most importantly, ask yourself if you are happy. Whatever I tell you to do, I know you will go your own way. You must probably think I'm too old-fashioned or cliché. But no matter who you are today, what you look like, who you love, what you have achieved, the mistakes you make, what hair color you have, know that you and every girl on this planet are a blessing to your mothers. And in the same way you are the seeds of my dream, you will plant the seeds of your dreams in your own daughter until humanity is saved. You make me proud, my love. I love you, my little Mowgli. And one more thing, always be nice to your brother. He's your biggest ally. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nadine Labaki, for gracing us with your presence here today. I'd like to call on our final letter reader. He was on stage earlier. Edgar Ramirez, welcome back on stage. Actor and he for she ambassador to read the final letter.
Hi. This is a letter that I wrote to my niece, Maria Camila, 6 years ago, when she was 6. Now she's 12. And she is basically the reason why she was the final spark for me to decide to try to contribute for gender equality. And she couldn't be here today with me. But she's watching from home in Venezuela. So I'm going to read the letter in Spanish. Querida María Camila, mi amada sobrina, hoy, en el Día Internacional de la Mujer, quiero reafirmar mi compromiso de trabajar por un mundo en el que tú tengas las mismas oportunidades y los mismos derechos que tus 2 hermanos varones. Un mundo en el que puedas tomar tus propias decisiones y en el que seas dueña de tu vida, de tu cuerpo y de tu sexualidad. Un mundo en el que no seas ni nunca te permitas a ti misma ser maltratada, ni física ni emocionalmente. Un mundo en el que todas las niñas tengan el derecho de acceder a la educación que tú hoy recibes. Un mundo en el que no tengas que disculparte por tus éxitos, en el que tu remuneración económica se fije en función de tus capacidades y esfuerzos personales y no de tu género. Un mundo en el que no tengas miedo a dar tu opinión. Un mundo en el que no tengas miedo a la sospecha. Un mundo en el que no tengas miedo a la soledad. Un mundo en el que no sientas que sin un hombre a tu lado o sin hijos, tu vida no estará completa. Un mundo en el que, en palabras de la terapeuta Lucy Arellano, merezcas, valores y disfrutes cualquier atención o muestra de cariño de parte de tu pareja, pero que no la necesites, ni la exijas, ni dependas de ella para tu bienestar emocional. María Camila, mi amor, hoy te prometo que seguiré trabajando para que crezcas consciente de los estragos de la cultura machista y te rebeles contra ella, ayudando a empoderar a otras niñas. Tu tío que te adora y te ama con todo su corazón, Edgar.
Thank you so much, Edgar. Yep, stay right on stage. And I want to invite, as we can applause as they come in, all our letter readers back onto the stage. Dafa and Nadine, if you could come back on stage. Julie could not be with us. Thank you so much. I'll let the photographer do his thing. Awesome. Let me take that from you, Edgar. Let me take that from you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, the three of you. Thank you so much. You can leave the stage now. Thank you. That was really powerful, wasn't it? This is definitely the kind of message we'd love to see ripple through our societies to bring about real change. All of us can contribute to bringing about the change we want to see in the world and challenge biases and stereotypes. And that's exactly what we're going to talk about in our next conversation on leveling the sports playing field with our next speaker. Following on from the wisdom and outstanding discussions we've already heard today, it's a total privilege and an honor to share the stage with a lady who is the personification of this year's International Women's Day theme. And I mean that. The theme being breaking the bias. You may know her as a former United Nations diplomat with a humanitarian career spanning over 21 years, who broke the internet and bias when she was appointed as FIFA's first ever female Secretary General in 2016. It gives me great pleasure to welcome my fellow African woman, FIFA Secretary General Fatma Samura, to the stage. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. On this side, thank you. Wow. We can't believe you're here. Thank you so much, Secretary General. There are so many questions I want to ask, but let's tackle the one that I'm sure everyone in the audience is curious about. How did you, a seasoned humanitarian diplomat with an outstanding career spanning over 20 years, someone who I know has served in some of the world's toughest duty stations, and I think it's safe to say, has seen life and death regularly on a day-to-day basis, end up sitting in FIFA's headquarters in Zurich, Switzerland, and helping the organization turn itself around following one of the biggest corruption scandals in the history of football.
Well, first and foremost, thank you very much, Yvonne, for this lovely introduction. It gives me pleasure to be here today in this special International Women's Day with all those strong and very inspiring women and men in this room. And I would like first also and foremost to say thank you to the Cartier team and its CEO, Mr. Cyril Vino, for having invited me to this event. And I'm sure after all that we have seen and heard today, this end of the day session will be equally exciting. So to respond to your question, this is really a $1 million question. Whenever I'm meeting people from the football world, they will always come with the same question. How come humanitarian and a development actor end up in FIFA, in an industry that is largely dominated by men? And my response was always the same. because there was a man with inspiration, who was a feminist, and who also is a father of 4 girls, and who happened to be elected in February 2016, and his name is Gianni Infantino. In his remarks after his election, he said he would like to bring a new wind into football. He would like to inject more diversity because women compose 50% of the world population, and it was just normal that a game as popular as football be also led by a woman coming from a football nation and a football continent. And now the rest is history. I've been in this position for the past 6 years. It has been a very exciting journey, but also a very bumpy one, as you can imagine. And I think that people were surprised when they saw my picture in this giant screen on the 13th of May in Mexico have now recovered from the surprise, because 6 years have passed, many reforms have passed, and today we are a much more diverse organization with 47% women, with 6 women sitting in the FIFA Council, which is a decision-making body of FIFA, with today 8 women leading World Football Federation in Africa, in Europe, also in New Zealand, and having also more than 40 women sitting on the various commissions. Before my appointment, I think in terms of senior management, there was 0 positions for women. Today, I'm also glad to see and to say that we have 3 powerful women sitting in the management board of FIFA. One of them is in charge of women football, the other one is in charge of human resources and services, and the last one is in charge of education and also human rights. Meaning that my example is not an isolated case. It has certainly motivated the leaders of football, but also other sports, to realize that it's not only good to have women in football, but it's the right thing to do. Because women represent purchasing power, they have a decision-making power when it comes to choosing the programs that their children are watching on TV, but also on the jersey that their children would like to wear. So yes, it's a different job. I'm dealing with people who are hiding their guns, not people who are showing them, unlike when I was in the humanitarian world. But it's, I think, also way more complicated. Because when you are sitting in front of child soldiers in Liberia or warlords in Sierra Leone, you know exactly what they want you to do. Of course, they want you to be served first, and they want to have the bigger share of the cake when it comes to humanitarian and food supplies. So you have to negotiate. Today, I'm negotiating in the boardrooms, but people I have in front of me, they always have a hidden agenda, so it's even more difficult to navigate, but I'm very happy to be at FIFA.
I like that, hiding their guns. SG, thank you so much. To what extent, and I guess this is another, I mean, there are many questions on people's minds, but I know you don't have all the time in the world to be with us this afternoon. To what extent do you think your appointment, which, let's say it, is a game changer, serves to break the barriers for women and girls in football and break the bias?
Well, first, because I think when we are in the boardrooms, we have to change the narrative of football. And yes, it's been difficult for me when I just started to tell also people that they have to change their perception about women football. And not only the people in the boardroom were very perplexed, but the men playing football did not want to have women running the game. And the first thing we did was to create a division fully dedicated to women football, and also to make sure that each of our confederation has a woman sitting at the highest decision-making board of FIFA, which is also our council meeting. We wanted also to make sure that we give the means to women's football. And I think compared to what we have seen in Canada in 2015, compared to the World Cup in France in 2019, we have broken many records. 1.12 billion people watched the games. About 500 million watched them on smartphone or on their iPad. At every given time during this World Cup, for each of the game live, we have more than 17 million people watching the game. We also broke the record in terms of attendance. Before the kickoff, more than 20 games were already sold out, which was a premiere. But the most fascinating thing is the number of girls and women who just decided to enroll immediately after the game. Today, we are taking women's football to the next level. For the first time, we will have an expanded team from 24 to 32 teams. It will be staged in 2 different confederations, Asia and the Pacific. And it's the first time that it's going to be played also on the Southern Hemisphere, which is an hemisphere with a very vibrant and diverse culture. It will be also the first time where we will be reaching the figure of $100 million in terms of prize money. So we have changed really the discourse in the boardroom, but also on the pitch, because since 2 years, we have introduced new reforms for players and for coaches. Before, when you were a woman player, it was risky for you to become pregnant, because after your pregnancy, you were not sure that you will be authorized to come back immediately to your position. Today, every single club in the world that signs in for a woman to play has to grant her first and foremost 14 weeks of maternity leave and paid her a minimum of 2/3 of her salary. And immediately after delivery, if she decides to come and play, there should be no excuse for her not to be gaining a position or to be finding a position somewhere else. And this is the same for the coaches. We have a minimum compensation guaranteed for women coaches. And when we talk about the technicality and the tactical phases of football, we have also research that is going into women's football. We know exactly what it takes for a woman to reach the highest but before the end of her career, and all this through analysis and through research and development. So my ambition would be one day not to talk about women's football, but to just talk about football.
Yeah.
That's it. And not making any gender difference between the men's game and the women's game. And the day we will succeed into making even the commercial value of the FIFA Women World Cup, and to be able to tell the world, look, this is how much the women's game is generating, there will be no discussion on equal pay. And this is also our ambition, is to make sure that the world we are living treat both the women coaches, the women fans, and the women players at the same level.
Thank you so much, SG. Thank you so much. Coming close to my final question, but before I get to it, just remind the audience here and watching online, the next Women's World Cup football is taking place in? Where is it taking place?
It's taking place next year in June and July, in July and August, sorry, in New Zealand. And yesterday marked the 500 days before the kickoff in July next year. It will be, as I said, a World Cup of first. 2 different confederations, an expanded 32 teams will be playing, so meaning the small countries will be also having the possibility to play with a big country, and more countries will be involved. We will be also having more money generated by this World Cup, and definitely we will be having, I'm sure, breaking another record in terms of viewers, but also in terms of attendance. So you are all invited next year to be our FIFA guest in Australia and New Zealand to see one of the best World Cup ever.
Fantastic. A round of applause for Secretary General of FIFA.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Secretary General, for
It's my pleasure.
gracing us with
and
your...
if you allow me, before leaving, I would like to show recognition to Mr. Cyril Vino, if he's around.
Yes, I think so.
Mr. Cyril,
yes,
the President and CEO of Cartier, for you and for all the great team of the Women Pavilion behind this beautiful event.
Thank you, Cyril.
The pennant to mark this very special event.
Thank you.
And I heard you also a football fan, so congratulations. And a happy Women's Day to all of you.
Happy Women's Day. Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, SG, and thank you, Monsieur Vigneron.
Thank you again, of course, to Fatma Samura and to my colleague Ivan for that wonderful session there, wonderful conversation. Now, one thing that certainly struck me in that session and over the course of the day is, despite all the persistent challenges that we're seeing around gender equality, there are still people across the world who are making progress through their positivity, their passion, and their perseverance. And our next two speakers for the day certainly exemplify that. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me now in welcoming to the stage Alexia Hilbertidou, founder and CEO of Girl Boss New Zealand, and Rez Gardi, founder and CEO of Empower. They're going to share some powerful stories of battling prejudices, using their own life stories, life experiences to create positive change in their community. Let's give it a big round of applause. Now, I'd also like to just give you a little bit of introduction into our very impressive change makers. Our first change maker is Alexia Hilbertidou, as I said, founder and CEO of Girl Boss New Zealand, an organization of 13,500 women across New Zealand and the Pacific Islands. Alexia is only 23 years old, but she is developing the new generation of young women in leadership. Please put your hands together for our first change maker, Alexia Hilbertidou.
At 14, I was the only girl in my digital technology class. At 16, I was the only girl in my advanced physics class. It wasn't easy being a short, brown, outspoken female in this environment, but I stuck at it. In year 12, I entered a coding competition put on by the local university. I prepped hard, did my research, and after 2 full days of competition, I was delighted to be announced a winner. I was 16 and I just won a full-ride scholarship to study computer science and a prize pack which included a paid job at IBM. I was thrilled. This was my moment. The safe, secure, glamorous path which I dreamed about since I was 8 was laid out before me. I was 16 and on track to achieve my dreams, or so I thought. The next day, my proud teacher announced the news to the boys in my class. Alexia has won a coding competition. I waited for the applause, the slaps on the back, the congratulations from the boys in my class. Instead, they swarmed. Large faces loomed down on me, their tone interrogative, ignorant, and condemning. You only won because you're a girl. They probably just wanted you for the promotional ads. After 6 months of putting on a brave face at these insults and working diligently, I broke down. This experience in my year 12 IT class, the injustice of it, changed my life forever. My love of tech was no longer about me, it was about all the girls who were struggling to stay true to themselves and their ambitions. Were there other girls like me struggling to stay true to their path? My personal dream of a cushy job in IT seemed inconsequential compared to the mammoth task of tackling misogyny in tech. So At 16 years old, I started Girl Boss New Zealand. Our mission is to inspire young women into a future in STEM and to equip them for the challenges they will face when they get there. The question I get asked most often is, what industry should I go in to be future-proof? But there is a better question to ask. How can I be more entrepreneurial, adaptive, and empathetic? The empathetic, digitally equipped entrepreneur will survive any wave of automation, and that is what we teach at Girl Boss. We are now the largest organisation for young women in New Zealand, with over 13,500 members. Our programs have been implemented in over 100 high schools in New Zealand, Australia, and the Cook Islands, and we are a leading voice for women in STEM. The 2021 World Economic Forum says it will take 136 years for the overall gender gap to close. Despite going backwards last year, we are generally making slow and steady progress. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not excited about slow progress. With the short attention span of my generation, we just can't wait that long. I am committed to ensuring that mine is the generation to change these statistics once and for all. It's 2022. No girl needs a permission slip from the boys in her class to follow her dreams.
Thank you to our first change maker, Alexia Hilbertidou. It's now my pleasure to introduce our second change maker of the day, Rez Gardi, founder and CEO of Empower. Rez is an international lawyer, human rights activist. She was born in a refugee camp in Pakistan and is actually the first Kurd to ever graduate from Harvard Law. Rez, the stage is yours.
Instead of Cinderella, I was raised on stories about the many times my parents and their fellow activists risked death fighting for human rights. I heard stories of my father being arrested, imprisoned, and tortured countless times for his role in the Kurdish movement. We are the world's largest nation without a state. There are approximately 40 million Kurds worldwide with no country of our own. I didn't choose to be a refugee. I was born in a refugee camp in Pakistan. I have experienced the unpredictability of life and the constant threat of danger, not knowing where or when you're going to be leaving, whether you'll be able to have access to basic rights such as food, shelter, and water, let alone education. There were endless mass protests. I saw people die from disease and hunger strikes. I saw authorities abuse peaceful protesters, all before I reached the age of 7. Today, an unprecedented 84 million people are forcibly displaced due to no say in these conflicts. My mother's village was bombed with chemical weapons by the dictator Saddam Hussein's Ba'ath regime. My grandmother and 2 of my aunts were killed in that attack, and my grandfather was disabled as a result. At the age of 10, my mother became the head of her family and led her siblings by foot across the border from Iraq to Iran, seeking safety, not aware that within years they would find themselves amidst the Iranian Revolution, the Iran-Iraq War, and Saddam Hussein's genocidal campaign against the Kurds. In Pakistan, I was denied an education because of my refugee status. And in New Zealand, when I was in high school, a careers advisor told me that I should consider other options because law school would be too difficult for someone like me, a refugee with no history of education in the family. People like me did not finish school, let alone end up at university. I was once a refugee with dreams, and in 2019, I became a Harvard-educated lawyer. Now I'm fighting for more refugee youth to have access to education, to reach their dreams, and to break the bias, especially young women against whom the challenges are even further exacerbated. Through my organization, Empower, we have provided workshops and mentoring programs to over 20,000 young refugees globally. In conflict and crisis situations, higher education serves as a powerful driver for change. It shelters and protects a critical group of young people by maintaining their hopes for the future. It fosters inclusion and non-discrimination, and fundamentally, it acts as a catalyst for the recovery and rebuilding of post-conflict countries. If displaced people receive higher education, they can develop the necessary skills to contribute to building peace in their nations. Right now, more people have experienced violent conflict than at any other point in the last 30 years. With unprecedented numbers of displaced people and conflict and violence constantly on the rise, we need to work together, now more than ever. New, more complex and more sophisticated threats require imaginative and bold responses. For an overall change to materialize, the whole of society needs to play an active role. This includes having a dynamic network of players from across a diverse range of backgrounds to be engaged in innovative and robust conversations about solutions to end conflict. And that means that each and every one of us must take action. We cannot thrive while others are suffering. The only way forward is solidarity to overcome the biggest challenges facing the globe today. And only then we can ensure that we leave no one behind. He aha te mea nui o te ao, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. What is the most important thing in the world? It is the people, it is the people, it is the people.
What amazing speakers, what incredible stories of resilience and examples of women supporting women. Let's hear it once again for our change makers. Thank you, Rez. Thank you, Alexia. Your stories were truly inspiring. We hope that each and every one of you has maybe taken on some of that passion that was on display there, some of that inspiration. Certainly we heard a lot more of it over the course of the day, and we'll commit with us to break the bias and to work towards ending gender inequality. And in that spirit, we now have our last pledge video of the day, and I want to reiterate what a demonstration of support this has been. Over 80 country pavilion partners and international organizations signed up to make this statement, committed to break the bias, and for that, we are forever grateful.
On International Women's Day 2022,
we express our support
towards understanding positive gender roles
and balance between women and men.
We commit to building on the momentum for
gender equality and women's empowerment,
to break harmful stereotypes that hinder her progress.
Let us break the bars
and make this world a better,
fairer, safer place,
where women will be able to thrive
and live a life of dignity and respect.
Awesome. Oh, we're almost at the end of the forum. To close this fruitful and inspirational day and afternoon, we're delighted to hear from Phumzile Mlambo Nguka, the founder of the Umlambo Foundation and known to many of you as the former executive director of UN Women. If we could have a round of applause. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, and what an exciting program. Mine is to thank you for a wonderful day. I want to start by thanking Cyril, my partner in crime, and the Cartier team for everything that you have done to make today possible. I also want to thank the UAE government for everything that you have done for this Expo, not just the Women's Pavilion, but truly everything. And of course, yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, for being such a wonderful audience. Of course, today we celebrate the fact that when women thrive, we all thrive. We also celebrate International Women's Day, and I think we should clap for our hands. We should clap hands for ourselves for having celebrated International Women's Day in this manner. I was very happy today to hear he for she mentioned more than once, because when we started he for she at UN Women, there were many women who were concerned about bringing men into our space. We engaged those women, we responded to their concern, but I was determined that we would continue to engage men and boys as allies in the fight for gender equality. And I'm excited to see today that we have expanded the network. I'm excited, Cyril, that you sit there with your badge, your he for she badge. And of course, we will always be asking something from you once you have that badge on you. But we need more men to wear that badge and to act on the badge. Any takers? Any takers? The badge will be available. I was also excited to hear the discussions about looking at the biases we have and the unstereotype. Another big topic that we took at UN Women, that is addressing the norms that we have that perpetuate gender inequality. We looked at stereotypes against women and against men, because stereotypes are bad for both. Men literally commit suicide because of unrealistic expectations sometimes that are put on them, and no space for them to get sympathy and no one to talk to. I am glad that this issue of de-stereotyping the space is now a mainstream issue. and of course, the stereotypes against women. We know that the reason why at Beijing we said there has to be a focus on a girl child, it was because a girl child was not just a child. She was a child who suffered stereotype. She was forced to marry early just because she's a girl. She had genital female mutilation just because she's a girl. She dropped out of school early just because she's a girl. So the Children's Act does not cover all of these issues. We needed a special dispensation to make sure that we bring out all of these issues that affect the girl child. So I want to thank all of you who have highlighted the issues that affect girl children. And I think all of us today know a girl child who rocks. Girls who fight for climate change, girls who fight to end child marriage, girls who fight for other girls to go to school, and those girls would not thrive like that if we did not create the space for them to be who they are today. So this pavilion is different from the others, at least as far as I know. I don't think there has been one expo where gender equality was so central. Thank you, Cartier in UAE, for making that possible. It is also a cutting-edge expo in every way you expect an expo to be. But you've also shown that it is important to bring together the commercial issues and the social issues together. Because a woman who is a high flyer commercial player also experiences abuse. And she needs to hear an issue being discussed here. Because feminism, as we know it, is intersectional. It cuts across a woman who's disabled, a woman who's racially profiled, and a woman who's unemployed. We need to drive across all of those issues to get an answer that addresses a woman holistically. As we plan for the next Expo in 2025 in Japan, in Osaka, I've got homework for you, Cartier in UAE. You have to curate what we have created here. This cannot be the end. And make sure that we take it to Japan in a manner that will ensure continuity. We need to make sure that in Japan, we are able to raise the issues that we've raised here, but more importantly, we report on what have we done. So this is the beginning of the homework for all of us, supporting ourselves, supporting our leadership team to make sure that they encourage all of us to be our best. Those signatories of the partners that have signed in are part and parcel of the journey that we have to travel, and we have to increase those numbers so that Japan will be about increasing the number of companies who are signing up. Am I right or am I right? In Japan, we also want to address the issues of jobs for women. Not just any jobs, secured jobs and jobs at the highest level possible, so that the statistics that Cheryl was reading of women CEOs in the world has changed. Let us commit ourselves to take action to make sure that we fight for more women to be in leadership. So the genie is out of the bottle, and all of us have work to do. And I can tell you, Cartier and UAE, you've got all these hands and brains and energy and talent to support the journey from here to Japan. And it will never stop, so that in 2030, when we reach the year to end the campaign for Sustainable Development Goals, the world must look different. In particular, let us take advantage of the industries that offer opportunities for women. Let us look at the digital industries. In all your countries, when you look in newspapers where there are jobs that are not taken, you will find that the jobs in tech has the largest number of people that are not there. Let us invest in changing that. Clean and green jobs. That is our fight for climate change. Let us take that forward, and let's make sure that energy in our countries is green and clean. So we have challenges, but we also have opportunities that we can change. And these two young women who are our change makers have shown us what we can do. Let us have many of them when we meet in Japan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Phumzile Malambo Nkuka, for those inspired words, for laying out all of our responsibilities as we move forward from International Women's Day today. I'd now like to invite back to the stage Cyril Vigneron for his closing remarks.
Thank you, Phumzile, for your kind words and for your words of hope. And as you have said, it's just the beginning here, and we will see each other in Osaka 2025. And we're already working with the Japanese government to also have a women's pavilion and to also make progress in that. It's still a dream at this moment, but the dream will become a plan, and the plan will become reality, so we can say. I just want now to thank all the fantastic speakers and panelists from policymakers, corporate worlds, education, the young entrepreneurs, and also the culture and artists who have inspired us today and talked in very many angles of why we have to stop stereotypes and debias ourselves. And in all fields, and we'll say from home to work to governments and to policies and everything. Even, in our case, I'm also a he for she, and also try to de-stereotype the perception of how CEOs should be. CEOs should not be overworked, short-tempered, cruel, tough, and so forth. Can be successful and can be also kind and gentle and human. We have to start by that and also make more space for women and for humanity in general. I will not say more words now. To thank you for your participation and attention. Thank you for all the speakers and wonderful people we have seen today on this Break the Bias forum. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Merci, Cyril. What a beautiful way to end our day. Let's have another big round of applause. What an amazing day this has been.
Thank you.
With amazing conversations. Thank you all so much for joining and engaging with us and being such active participants on International Women's Day. But of course, all good things must come to an end.
Indeed, they must. We'd like to thank everyone who joined us today. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, our esteemed speakers and audience around the world, both online and right here at DEC. I would also like to thank Omar for the opportunity and the privilege.
Well, thank you, Yvonne.
Being an amazing co-host.
Thank you so much.
Happy International Women's Day to every single one of you. And if there's one takeaway to take from today, it is that when women thrive, humanity thrives. Thank you. Thank you.